he's got the football intelligence of a quarterback, basically, on the defensive side of the ball. He's kind of what you look for in like a linebacker, the ability to dissect plays and just get to the ball. And then when he gets to the ball, he just doesn't miss tackles. I've never seen someone with quite the tackling ability and the not missing tackles like him. Did he test well? No, I don't care. Xavier McKinney didn't test well, and he's been really good in the league. So, again, Brian Branch, he's also really good in man coverage. I think just overall, he's one of the most complete players in this class. He's just not. Yeah, Brian Branch been a guy that was excited to see his name be called.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
You know, I've been on Brian Branch for a long time, too. Even his mom's noticed me.
Yeah. I'm going to get my iPad. I got a phone call, but it's from my company VP. I want to be able to do the Twitter space, but I'm going to get my iPad so I can do the Twitter space with you and take the phone call if possible. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. In fact, I'm probably going to get in on Twitter on my iPad so I can hear you and hopefully it's not even letting me join my own space on my iPad. What's going on? Oh, well. It's not a big deal. But yeah, why don't you talk about some of your other prospects? I'm still here, man. I think you accidentally muted yourself. So, Cole, what's going on? Can you hear me? All right, my favorite player on Alabama is Bryce Young. And Joey and I talked about Bryce Young, but while you were here, Cole was talking about how incredible go ahead, Cole. Request the mic. How do I you know what? I'm gonna invite you to co-host. Since this is our show. I got a phone call from Oren, so it sort of disconnected the audio. But go ahead, Cole. You're on with us, and we're having a draft preview show. You were telling us why you thought Brian Branch was the safest pick in the draft. Joey doesn't agree with that. I want you to talk some sense into him. He's the co-host of my podcast. Cole, go ahead. And other prospects you like.
Again, like I said, it's all about what you value, and I value the ability to dissect play, especially at his position. Dissect plays. He's good in man coverage. His ball skills has gotten better over this time at Alabama, and then he can just make tackles. I'm sorry, there's some guys in this class that have trouble making tackles. It's not going to be the guy that misses tackles. I think there was a year he didn't miss one at all. I think that's something special. If you're going to be a special player in this league, you're going to have a special trait. And I think your ability to tackle is an underrated special trait because if you can slow down a guy, but if you're not bringing him to the ground, you're giving up more yards. And I think, like I said, he's the 7th overall player on my board. I think he's probably one of the safer picks. And he's not at a high value position. That's why he's not going higher. But, just overall talent, again, I think he's one of the safer players. I think he's just going to be a really good player for a really long time.
Yeah, and I put him at 17 on my board, but I think you can argue putting him in the top. He belongs in the top half, and I think there are some teams that could definitely take him in the top half of the draft. Joey, how do you feel about that? Because we both believe he's going to be the first safety off the board. And why don't you talk through some other picks on the board? I do have a big board set up, but it's not. I'm just tweaking some of the codes, so I'm just trying to get to know you and try to buy some time. I know you're a Dolphins.
I came in the middle of what you were saying. So can you refresh me a little bit?
Me?
Yeah, that's you, Cole.
Oh, okay. I was just saying I think he's one of the safer players just because of his ability to tackle. He's good in man coverage. I mean, he's got everything you look for in a nickel corner, safety, whatever you want to play him. He can play both. He's just a weapon to put all around your defense. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the fastest guy. I don't care. He can just play football, and that's what you need. Some teams, yeah, they need to shoot for the upside, like a Tyree Wilson or Anthony Richardson. Some teams just need players to play. And that's what Brian Branch is. I think he's one of the safest players in the class.
All right. Brian Branch, the only really concern I have with him is he doesn't seem like he's the most athletic, and he does seem like he can play. I'm not sure where you would fit him at. He seems like he could be a strong safety. Seems like he could be a nickel or dime corner. He seems like he could play potentially linebacker. But in those situations, you would have to look at the type of defense that's being played. Bill Belichick would love a guy like that. A few defensive coordinators who really, because there are still defensive coordinators that have a stagnant defense and that would pass up on a guy like that. What I'm looking at is, would a guy like Bill Belichick take him, or what defense would he fit best in, because he's not a typical defensive player, and we all know that there are still those typical defensive sets that would limit him. So that would be a situation where what is the scheme fit? And that's not really an argument. That's not a detriment to him, but more it's a thing of what the coaching in the NFL is looking at, because you do have some traditional coaches and you have some more progressive coaches. Where does he fit? And that will determine his draft position.
I mean, all respect to you. I know you do your own work, but you can say that with any player in the draft. It's all about fit. I mean, some players are supremely talented, but if they don't go to the right spot, it's not going to go well. So I understand what you're saying, and I do think it's true. But again, that's like every player right now that's about to be taken today.
That's fair enough.
If you don't have the athletic ability, and I don't think he has the athletic ability of, say, a top-notch
I
safety,
think what Cole's trying to get at is he has enough intangibles as a safety to overcome the stigma of a lack of athletic traits. And I would agree with that to a point.
Okay, I can get behind that. I can get behind that part.
Speed, but he doesn't lack athleticism.
But yeah, I mean, he's fast. I mean, I think the 4 or 5 time may rub a few teams the wrong way, but it's not really a deal breaker for me. It shouldn't be a deal breaker for any NFL franchise.
No, but on tape, I just didn't see the athleticism on tape that, but
all right.
It is what it is.
I'm going to go in reverse with my big board here, and feel free to fire away or interject. I ended up getting 32 players done, Joey, and I just finished the code and everything. So I just finished I actually got, my yearly NFL big boards where I write the code. I actually got 32 players right as Cole called in and right after we set up the Twitter space. So my number 1 player is Will Anderson Jr., edge, Alabama. And then I've got Jalen Carter, D-line, Georgia, Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas, and then the 2 quarterbacks, Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama, and C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State, rounding out my top 5. Joey, Cole, what's your top 5 look like? And then I'll break down 6 through 10 on my board, because I want to try to get through our boards by 7:30 and then break down like the team news and rumors at the end of the show, like the end of the hour, because from what we're hearing.
When we go first,
I've got the two. Yeah, I've got. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Colt.
All right. My number one prospect is, and I don't factor position value in too much, but it does factor in a little bit. Number one prospect is Bryce Young. I think he's just head and shoulders above all the quarterbacks in this class, and I think he just has something special about him to where he can be one of those top 5 quarterbacks. Yeah, he's not big. I don't care. Now, like I said with Brian Rich, if you can play football, you can play football. And he doesn't take a lot of hits. And also, I think it was Todd McShay marked down all the hits they took at Bama. And like 18 of them would have been flagged or suspensions. So I think he'll be all right. I think he just has something. He has the it factor. You see it in multiple games. 2, I have Jalen Carter. I mean, he's probably the best football player in this draft. I still have a little bit issues about the character and how he will adapt to the NFL lifestyle. But again, his talent is just supremely – it's just overtaken that a little bit, and I think that's why he comes at 2. He's a great pass rusher from the inside, which is highly valuable in today's NFL, and he's also just a dominant player in the run game. I do think that sometimes he does slack off and he doesn't get his full 100% all the time. And he can also lose his footing whenever he finds a player in the backfield. But I think, again, that's not something that's going to prevent me from taking him in the top 10. I think he's probably the most dominant player in this class. 3, I had Will Anderson. I think there's been a lot of people saying he could drop today. I don't know if I buy it. He's a great run defender. He's also a little small. This whole draft's just people that are a little small. But I think Will Anderson, ultimately, he's a really good run defender. He doesn't have the bend of, an elite pass rusher, but I think he has all the other intangibles to be a safe pick. And he's also a hell of a leader. Like another guy I'll talk about in a minute, Nolan Smith, hell of a leader. And a guy that you just want in your facility. 4, I have Bijan. There's not much to say about Bijan. He's just one of these guys that he's not quite Saquon level, but he's kind of getting to that area where it's close. He doesn't have the speed of Saquon. That's the only thing that's not putting him on that Saquon level is he doesn't have the long speed of Saquon, but he's still pretty damn fast. I think he ran like a 4.4. He has the contact balance, the vision. He has everything that you look for in a modern-day running back, and he's going to be a key contributor to whoever drafts him, which is probably the Falcons day 1. And then 5, a guy I've been high on, Devon Witherspoon. He is small. Again, the draft of small players. But Witherspoon, he reminds me of a lot of Denzel Ward and Jair Alexander. He can go up and make hits. He's really good man coverage and press coverage. He only allowed 1 yard. He's really, really good when it comes to
he checked off the most boxes
coverage
for me as well among the cornerbacks because I'll pull up my grades here on him in a second, but initially I had Keely Ringo and Cam Smith as the number 1 corners back in August, but when I went back and watched because Witherspoon was a guy that struggled against Sakari Franklin in the Illinois opener in 2021, but his 2022 tape is much better compared to his 2021 tape. And I think I ended up giving him an A in man, an A in press, an A+ in run stuffing, an A+ in hard hitting, an A+ in tackling, and an A- in zone coverage. That was the lowest grade I gave Witherspoon. Do I think he's as complete as Gardner and Stingley? No, but he's the next best thing, and I think I put him at number 6 on my rankings. He's my number 1 corner. And then I ended up having I was debating whether to put Stroud or Witherspoon at 5. That's how close it was, Cole. And then I put Christian Gonzalez, cornerback, Oregon at 7. Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida at 8. Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State offensive tackle at 9. And Tyree Wilson, edge, Texas Tech, rounding out the top 10. But what was 6 through 10 like? Because I want to go through Joey's some of Joey's thoughts on the lists as well.
Oh, am I supposed to give my 6 through 10?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. All right. 6, I got Christian Gonzalez. I've never seen a guy so fluid, and his ball skills are developing. 7, it's my boy Brian Branch. I love him. You already know my thoughts on him. 8, I got Tyree Wilson. He's not. I don't think he's gonna be. He's not gonna be a dominant player right away, but I think he has, along with Anthony Richardson, the highest upside in this class. He's just built like nothing I've ever seen before. 9, I have C.J. Stroud. He's just really caught up in a lot of these. He could be more high ranked, but again, everyone talks about the Georgia game, and yeah, that was fantastic. But it's also like, I wish I would have seen it a little bit more throughout his career. I think he does. I think he's a really good player, though. I don't really care about the cognition test. I do think it holds value, but I really don't think it matters right now. I think he's shown that he can dissect defenses, and he got better over his time at Ohio State. And 10, I have this is going to be popular. I have Nolan Smith. I really like Nolan Smith. I know he's small, but he's a really good run defender his size. Again, I said he's a hell of a leader, and he's got. I was talking about Will Anderson doesn't really have that bend. He has that bend. I think he could be, if teams get creative with him, he could be a guy like Hassan Reddick, a guy that just comes out the gate and it just making play after play after play for your defense. And again, he's a hell of a leader. He's just a guy I would want in my facility.
I mean, Nolan Smith was a captain at Georgia for a reason, and he got the title the first year. This year he dealt with some injuries, but he made up for that at the combine, and I think he's absolutely a top. I mocked him the Chargers at 21, but I think he's a top 20 player based on value alone. Joey, what are your thoughts on the top 10 before we go through the rest of the top 20 and talk about some of the draft headlines like news leading up to the draft?
Yeah, I don't have many things. I don't have many negatives to say about it. You guys both hit on some things. I think personally, Anderson. I've thought it for a while. I think he is the number 1 player in the draft. I do like Young. He is the best quarterback. I don't think you can argue it. He has the best accuracy. He has a really good arm. He has really good awareness. He moves well. I think that the sleeper in all this is Robinson from Texas, the running back. I've been singing his praises for 3 years. I think he is easily a top 10 pick. If the right team gets him, he might even be a top 5 pick. He is incredibly talented. He reminds me a little bit of Chris Johnson when Chris Johnson came out. He has superstar written all over him. So I can't argue with anything you guys said. I really like what you guys threw out there.
Yep. And some of the players Cole mentioned, I'm going to mention my 11 through 20 because I've got Skoronski and Broderick Jones at 11 and 12. Miles Murphy's at 13. I was actually more impressed with Miles Murphy in terms of his speed, his explosiveness, his pass rushing than I was Tyree Wilson. But Tyree Wilson's scheme versatile. He can play in either scheme as an edge rusher. He's a better run stuffer. And you can argue Tyree Wilson's a little bit more refined in coverage compared to Miles Murphy. But if we're grading these edge rushers just on pass rushing alone, I'd give Murphy the edge. If we're grading these pass rushers on every single trait you want, Wilson gets the nod in that regard. And then Jackson Smith-Njigba is my top receiver at 14. I've got Keely Ringo, the Georgia corner, at 15. And then Joey Porter Jr., cornerback from Penn State. He played at my old high school, North Allegheny. He rounds out my top 16. I've got Branch at 18. Branch at 17, not 18. Darnell Wright at 18. Nolan Smith, another one of Cole's guys, at 19. And Florida guard Osiris Torrance to round out the top 20 before I get to the rest of first round. But what's your top 20 look like? Because I know we're going to have some differences and we're going to have some disagreements and fun conversations coming up. Okay, Cole requested. As a,
Well,
there's
always going to be disagreement because nobody's ever going to have the same thought process.
Cole's back.
So
Joey.
Nobody's ever okay, cool, but nobody's ever going to have the same thought process.
Nobody's going to have the same thought process.
Or how they're taking.
That's what makes podcasting great.
Yeah. It's what.
I think Cole's audio is back. Cole, do you want to continue to go through your rankings?
Yeah, sorry. My mom called me. She was asking about the Jameson Williams situation.
The gambling
You're
situation.
good, man. You're good.
Yeah. My dad apparently asked why he didn't get the same as Calvin Ridley. I was like, because it's totally two different things. So, yeah.
That's cool, though.
But he was talking. I don't want to interrupt him. I'll continue my rankings whenever he's done talking.
But yeah, I've got Quentin Johnston after Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, Addison. I have them in 21 through 23. I decided to put Jahmyr Gibbs in at 24 on the big board. I've got Brian Bressie at 25. I went Mayer at 26. He is my favorite tight end in the class. And then I went Cam Smith at 27. I think his upside's higher than Ringo's, but his floor is lower. Lucas Van Ness came in at 28. I put Simpson at 29. I have Darnell Washington and Dalton Kincaid going in the second round of my mock draft, but I put them at 30 and 31 on my big board because when Oren sent me the cover photo today that I showed Joey and Cole, Kincaid was on the board, and Jason Bandel's number one tight end is Kincaid. So instead of trying to be the know-it-all or the control freak, I'm going to compromise and put those two at 30 and 31. And then I put Will Levis at 32. I don't think Will Levis is a first-round prospect, but the reality is he's going to go in the first round, regardless of how good or how bad of a grade I give that pick. He's in the top 32. And that was my top 32 big board. So who did I miss? I think I covered a lot. Who did I miss? And feel free to break down 11 through 32 in your board. Maybe some of the trades you did in the mock you posted this morning.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and block. I'll go ahead and go with my list. I just didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted y'all to get out y'all's thoughts.
I'm kind of curious because the trades in the mock and the graphics for your mock draft were really cool. They stood out.
Yeah. I'll go through my 11 through 32, then I'll go over those trades because like I said, I don't have full. Last year, my mock was pretty accurate. I think it was 8 out of 32 is pretty, and technically 9 if you count Sky Moore going to the Chiefs in the second round. Was pretty accurate. I'm not going to be anywhere near that. I wanted to have fun with this final mock, so that's why it doesn't look as probably it's not going to look as right today. But I think there's a lot of interesting trades and a lot of interesting things I'm seeing that could happen. But anyways, 11 through 32, I got Jack Smith and Jigba at 11. I have Anthony Richardson at 12. I have Darnell Wright at 13. Dang it, I want to get this right first time. Got Ade Tomiwa Adebore. There we go. I got him at 14.
Adetoma Adewabore. I thought it was Adetoma Adewabore. It's Adetoma Adewabore.
Yeah, it's
okay?
Ade.
You got his name right. Okay, it's sort of a tongue twister name. I have him in the first round of my mock at 31. He is.
He didn't make it he didn't make it my first round. And I almost switched someone out for him because I really want him in there. I want people to know I'm high on him, but I ultimately didn't get him in there. I have him at 14. I have Deontay Banks at 15. I have Peter Skoronski at 16. I have Dalton Kincaid at 17. I have Kalijah Kancey at 18. I have Harris Johnson Jr. at 19, which might be a shock. But I still do like him. I think he's just a little bit more raw than people are really letting out. I have Jahmyr Gibbs at 20. I have Zay Flowers at 21. Joey Porter Jr. at 22. I have Will Levis at 23. Lucas Van Ness at 24. DJ Turner at 25, Miles Murphy at 26, Quentin Johnston at 27, Osiris Torrance at 28, Mozzie Smith at 29, Michael Mayer at 30, Broderick Jones at 31, and Keanu Benton 32. And just missed my list were Mingo at 33, Tillman at 34, Parisi at 35, Addison at 36, Cam Smith 37. But yeah. Those are my 11 through 30, whatever. I kind of went over that, but
plus additional honorable mentions. I love it.
Yeah, because I really like Mingo, and I think that no one's gonna have him near where I have him, so I think that's good. But let me go to the mock. I have both of them pulled up here. So the first trade I did. Also, I'm not very confident anymore that Will Levis is a Texan, but I don't care at this point. I don't really care how accurate this mock draft is. I just wanted to have fun with it. First trade I did was the Lions and the Eagles. The Eagles seem like they want to trade up for a defense player. It could be Jalen Carter, but ultimately I think Will Anderson makes a bigger impact for that team. I think he would just be a monster piece. And I think this trade actually makes sense. Give up 10 and 30 for 6 and get back 47, a fourth round for next year. I think that makes a ton of sense for both teams. I think I don't really think the Eagles have many needs. So if you're getting Will Anderson, I think it's fully worth it to maybe slide back 17 picks in the draft. And I think it's really second round heavy anyway. So, and I think it makes sense for the Lions, especially with the way I did it, because the Lions got who they get? They got Christian Gonzalez at 10. They got Nolan Smith at 18, which I really want to see Nolan. I feel like he just is a line. He just feels like a line. He might not go there, but he just feels like a line. And I had Brian Brisset at 30. I think a ton of those guys just feel like Detroit Lions. I think that would be a hell of a draft. That would get a high grade for me. The second trade I did was second trade I had the Texans trading back up for Tyree Wilson, and the Falcons moved back a couple spots just to make the Bijan pick a little bit more likable. And I think this trade makes sense too. 12 and 33 for 8 and 44. I think that swap makes a ton of sense. I think that might be a trade that actually happens here in a little while. This next trade is the one that's getting people. Pick 16 for 2024 first and 41. Titans go Hendon Hooker.
I love the shock value on that trade. That's a great. They move back. You get some more capital.
Well, the thing is, though, Commanders look like they're in on Caleb Williams next year, and you got to find a team that is willing to go get a quarterback. Now it looks like the Titans might go get C.J. Stroud, so this might not matter at all. But a team that's willing to go get a quarterback, Titans have met with Hendon Hooker a lot. And, he's in their backyard. He's only like 3 hours away. And the Titans might not be good next year, and that pick could be very valuable for the Commanders. So I think it made sense for both teams. Now, would I do this as the Titans? No. But I could see the Titans doing this. I also think the value of keeping Hendon Hooker in Tennessee would be very good. I think I did one more. Oh, I did 2 more trades. 24 and 88 to 20 for the Jags to go get Deonte Banks. They just desperately need secondary help, and I think the Seahawks want to move down a couple spots so they can get Mozzie Smith. I think that's a guy that they really will like, and I don't know if the value's there at 20, but 24, I think it holds a little bit more value. And then the last trade I did was this one's I don't feel like confident anymore, but it looked like it for a while that the Dolphins will trade back into the first round, giving up 2024 second and the 51 to go get Jahmyr Gibbs. It looks like Mike McDaniel loves Jahmyr Gibbs, and it looks like they want to trade up for him. I don't think they'll get up to 31, but it looks like the Dolphins really love Jahmyr Gibbs. So I kind of wanted to throw that in here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen anymore. But I would be ecstatic if that happened. That would be fun.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of interesting trades tonight. I think Carolina is going to take Bryce Young at 1, and at around 1 p.m., Peter Schrager said it's either going to be Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson, or C.J. Stroud at 2. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. I mocked Stroud at 2, and I'm prepared to be wrong about that. So,
Chris, the latest I heard is that the Texans may be trying to keep Stroud and Njigba together. So that is something to look at.
Well, Bill Zimmerman just tweeted 3 hours ago, seems NFL teams are very concerned about Tyree Wilson's medicals, very concerned. And he did not work out at the Combine or Texas Tech's Pro Day. So I think that is something to keep an eye on. Even some of the guys that missed their Combine and their Pro Day, Devin Witherspoon, Sean Tucker, Dalton Kincaid, they showed proof they were medically cleared of those injuries. And I think NFL teams, while they do have some objections about the medicals, I think those objections for the most part have been put to rest. Even Hendon Hooker began throwing today. So whereas Wilson, it's just been nothing. We've heard nothing from Tyree Wilson about where he stands medically because every mock draft's had him in the top 5 since January because he was supposed to go to the Senior Bowl and play there, but he got injured against Kansas and missed the final 2 games, missed the bowl game, the Senior Bowl, the Combine, his Pro Day, and he has not worked out in front of teams once yet, or maybe he's been speaking with teams at top 30, so...
Yeah, the Tyree Wilson thing's interesting. He has like a needle in his foot or something. It's kind of weird, but I mean, I think the Texans are really like. People are saying Will Anderson because they want to go the safe pick. I ultimately don't think that's always the right move. I think going with whoever you like the most, even if they're not safe, is always the right pick because again, being safe doesn't really get you anywhere. The Chiefs didn't win a couple Super Bowls because they were safe. They won Super Bowls because they went up and they went from I think like pick 27 to 10 and got Patrick Mahomes. You don't do anything by being safe. You gotta go. If you have a guy, you have to go get him. You can't let someone else go get him. And and I get it, draft capital, everything. But again, if you have a guy and you trust your scouting enough, then you have to go get that guy. And
Here's the thing, though, Cole, Brett Veach, the Chiefs general manager, he started scouting Mahomes as early as his freshman year at Texas Tech. That's how early he knew he wanted Mahomes. Like, he was telling Andy Reid about Mahomes after his freshman year, after he came in as a true freshman and played field. That's how early the Chiefs knew they wanted Mahomes.
I agree.
DJ Stroud's an overwhelming betting favorite for second overall, 30 minutes before the draft starts.
So I look like a genius for keeping CJ Stroud in at number 2 in my mock draft. And all the people in the media that are listening to odds makers and the gamblers look like idiots.
Hey, don't call me out like that. Don't call me out like that.
I love it, Cole.
Well,
again, I don't care how accurate my mock draft
agree that
have any effect on what I think of players.
Yeah.
So
fair enough.
I agree that you have to, have that faith in your scouting department and if that's your guy, take your guy. Take your shot. Because if you put it off, you may miss. And you may miss bad because you never took your shot. You may throw an interception or whatever the hell it is that you think. But if you take it, you may make it. You may make it. You may get a touchdown. You may make the 3-pointer, chase name, whatever. But if you don't, if you let it go, if you just don't trust your people, you're in trouble. You have to trust. If your guy's there, take it. If your guy's there, take it. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, it's. I'll never blame someone for going out there and making an aggressive move and missing because again, it's like if you don't make the aggressive move, like I saw a report that the Texans were very close to a trade with the Bears, and I think it was only like a 20-24 second that got the Panthers to pick over the Texans. If Bryce Young is as good as I think he will be, the Texans will be kicking themselves for years, unless whoever they take is really good. But again, quarterback being the most valuable position, it's you got to go out there and make the deal. And if there's a guy that you like, and the Texans seem to be in love with Bryce Young, like almost a weird amount, you got to go out there and get him. And they let the Panthers get up there. Now they're gonna probably take him, hopefully. But yeah, I think it's just you have to go get. If you have a guy, you have to go get him. I don't think there's any I don't think there's any excuse for that other than you weren't able to. But
Yeah.
I think you have to pull up the stops to go get him.
Yeah, absolutely agree 100%.
Yep. And that's the thing. If you're certain about a prospect, apparently Stroud is the betting favorite now, but number 3, I had Anderson at 3. I think Arizona's going to pick Anderson unless they get a trade offer they absolutely love. But, we'll see what happens.
I think Paris Johnson Jr. is more likely to be the pick than Anderson.
Well,
everything I'm seeing, and I think
Kyler Murray wanted Paris Johnson. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I just wanted to bring that up because the other day Kyler Murray said, I would love to have Paris Johnson. And you've already got DJ Humphries. So Humphries and Paris Johnson as your bookend tackles. It's going to be really hard to hit Kyler Murray if that is the tandem moving forward in Arizona.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part. And I think Paris Johnson's going to be a little rough out the jump. So Kyler's not going to be there. You're giving him time to learn. I know it sounds terrible to say, but kind of let your backup quarterback get hits and let the tackle learn. So when Kyler gets there, he could be a really good tackle. I think it's going to be kind of like an Andrew Thomas situation where he's not going to be great right away, but then the second year where Kyler's going to be there, hopefully, you have a really good tackle.
180. I agree. That's kind of what I see happening.
I think defense is the right pick. I think it's hard to miss on the guy, but I would not blame him for taking the Paris Johnson Jr. just because you want to protect your investment. Think about it. You went 2 quarterbacks 2 years in a row, and now this one has an ACL tear, and your whole facility is looked at weirdly because of who you've hired and everything like that. Again, they might take defense just because they just hired a defensive coordinator as their coach. But I think if you really trust Kyler, I think you go get the tackle that you like, and I think they like Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah, and there's other guys in play: Witherspoon, Gonzalez, Tyree Wilson. But at the end of the day, I think if Kyler wants Paris Johnson, go out and get him. Okay, Underdog NFL tweeted that Stroud has moved to minus 1,500 to be selected second overall. Is that enough sufficient proof to actually start typing a CJ Stroud draft grade up yet, or do you think we should just wait a little bit? Because I
would type the letters CJ and then ST, and then whenever he's actually said, I would type out RLUD, and then you're good. Type out half
Stroud in the ticker and then just copy and paste the Stroud Texans write-up when the pick's official. I could do that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to give out grades on Twitter. I'm kind of just chilling here on my computer, open. I've been in class all day, so I was just kind of get all my work done, and then I can focus on this because this is the one day a year, the last 3 days.
I just tweeted my board, draftutopia.com/NFLDraftGame.html. All it is just like a big board. You click on the player, and when you pick a player, the player disappears from the screen. That's really all it is. It's not even a game. There's no interactivity. I wish I knew how to make like an actual draft simulator. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, especially because PFF made their stuff paid now, or you can do trades. Also, these suits are crazy. I always like looking at the suits that come across the screen. Jalen Carter's got that purple on. Jeez, my favorite color though. Oh my God, Zay is killing it. Whoa, that suit is good. Zay is killing it.
All right, what's going to happen first? The Buccaneers turn in their card, or the Tampa Bay Lightning get eliminated from the Stanley Cup playoffs? We're throwing out a prop bet here for fun. Toronto's up 3-1 in the series, and they play Tampa Bay right now on I think they actually play Tampa on TBS or TNT. Yeah.
I'm gonna say the Lightning get eliminated because the Buccaneers have the worst draft position in the league right now, and I don't like picking for them every time I do. So I think they're going to take like the whole 10 minutes. Like it's going to get down to 1 second, and then they'll turn their card in. So I'm going to say the Lightning lose because
it's 1-1, and there's a Lightning player in the penalty box currently on TBS. So The draft hasn't started yet. I did flip over to the game for a second to see what was going on. And yeah, Morgan Riley looked like he bumped into Ross Colton. And one of the Lightning players that checked Austin Matthews, Toronto's best center, got a 2-minute penalty. So Toronto's on the power play at the moment.
Yeah, I think Anthony Richardson's going to the Seahawks. Unless someone takes him before. Seahawks told Geno Smith that they may take quarterback with their 5th pick.
Wow.
And, I mean, I think it's the right pick. I know that you're just not going to be picking this high any long. Like, they're going to be good enough to where they're not picking this high at any point. So I think you get a guy that's so talented. I think it's the right pick.
I agree. I think it's the right decision. You go out and you get your guy and you get the face of your franchise, because I think Geno's a stopgap. He did get a 3-year extension, but I see Seattle cutting him after those 2 years to save cap space.
Yeah. The contracts were...
Okay, I think we have Donovan James, another friend of mine, who's requested the microphone. So I'm going to add them because, hey, Donovan, thanks for joining us. I know you've had mock draft specials in the past, and you've invited me to them, and I'm grateful for that. So what are you looking forward to tonight as someone who's a resident of Atlanta? What are you looking forward to at number 8?
Hey, thanks, man. I love talking to you. When I saw Draft Utopia, I was like, damn, I got to join. That's my guy. And I enjoyed listening to the other guy as well. I think his name is Cole. I was just listening to y'all. I appreciate it. Yeah, in Atlanta, man. I mean, I'm looking for. I mean, I think everybody wants Bijan from like just down here. Listening to like talk radio and talking to Falcons fans. I mean, you know, I'm a Packers fan, not a Falcons fan.
I did not know you were a Packers fan. That's pretty neat.
I know I'm a Packers fan. So I'm looking, you know, obviously, you know, for that. For what Atlanta does at 8 and what Green Bay does, obviously my team, and then obviously, you know, covering USC for the Trojans Wire, seeing, you know, where Jordan Addison goes or if he goes at all in the first round, you know what I mean? So, because I had a chance to interview him, I like him a lot. So, and then Will Levis, somebody I interviewed too, so I'm kind of rooting for him personally, like, see where he goes. So that's kind of what interests me the most, really, tonight. And then just everything, man, like, really, I guess Bryce and CJ are 1 and 2, but after that, you just have no idea. So, and I heard y'all talking about Seattle taking Richardson. I mean, so that's going to be interesting too. Like,
so you think that CJ Stroud is locked in at number 2?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I mocked him at number 2. There were a lot of mock drafts that panicked, but the mock draft was just a test. It was a test to see who would react. I passed.
Yeah, I think he'll go 2. I'm not sure. Like, I would trade out of a pick if I was him or somehow. Or honestly, I would take Will Anderson. But I knew they would take a quarterback because, I mean, they're starting a new regime. And, you know, D'Amico Ryans and everybody, and they need a quarterback. I mean, I know I got kind of roasted 2 years ago because I'm a big Davis Mills guy. But obviously, he's not the answer at quarterback for them for the future. So, I mean, CJ's great, man. I mean, I watched him a lot out of high school and then just in college at Ohio State. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would go 2. I'm not telling you to bet on it.
I'm not betting any money. I just got I've got an NFL draft results page, like a news ticker, and I'm typing Stroud in the news ticker. I mean, I can just, once Stroud's officially the pick, I can just copy and paste the pick to the site. But yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You're welcome, Chris.
But see, everything today, this is why you wait until the draft starts to update you, like, your live draft grades and stuff, because I was on the fence about changing it to Anderson, but I wanted to see what the odds were, and I just ignored the odds and had fun this year. And I think that's the new mantra moving forward. Ignore the gambling odds and have fun, because I'm having fun, and I don't really care if I'm right or wrong. And Stroud's going to be a Texan, and it's going to be awesome to watch this happen. Watch him if he is the pick.
I think he fits really well.
So you're not going to be as stiff as a board anymore, Chris. Is that what you're telling us?
Oh, I've got a special grade for Will Levis when he gets selected. I'm not going to say it right now. It's worse than F grade. I'm thinking Alex Jones grade. Worse than an F grade, I'm thinking.
Okay. Ooh, geez.
Oh man,
That's definitely way further off. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to go off script and come up with something hilarious on the fly. Unless you think you can come up with something more better than that, go ahead, take your shot, Joey.
Well, it's not appropriate for life. So yeah, I'll pass.
Okay. Fair enough. If the Colts take Levis, I'm worried that he's going to put some cream cheese in Jim Irsay's bourbon whiskey. I'm just going to say that much and leave it at that.
That's funny. I think they go with him at 4. Yeah.
I got Richardson at 4, but Tony Mario, my other writer, has Levis at 4, and he had Stroud at 2 as well. So,
okay.
I'm so excited to see Bryce Young get drafted. I was so high on him coming out of modern day. Even when he was committed to USC, I know you got some ties. I don't know how you feel about him as a USC fan, but whenever he was committed to USC, I just knew he was going to be special. And then he went to Alabama, who was my team. And so.
No, man, yeah, I feel. I mean, yeah, I'm from Southern California. Like, cover high school football recruiting for Trojan Wire. So, yeah, man, he is huge. Like, I mean, he's one of the best quarterbacks coming to high school, probably past decade. And it really, like, to live up to the hype of JT too. Obviously, JT didn't turn out too well, but like, if you look at what JT did in high school with St. Brown and those boys at modern day, for him to come in after and still dominate, and then obviously coming into Alabama after Mac and Tua and dominate and be the best quarterback there. It's just, I love him. I've always liked him. There's just something about him, man. Like,
he's just a likable guy.
Yeah, Bryce Young has this magnetic personality. Just even in the Dr. Pepper commercials too. There's something about Young, you gravitate toward him as a person, and it's hard to ignore that as far as the it factor goes.
He's just so humble. Every time you hear him, he's not saying himself. He's saying his teammates, or he's saying he's just blessed to be in the situation. Him and Stroud, both Stroud. Stroud's such a humble guy too. It's like a couple of these guys are just so humble. It's like you want to root for them. Like, these are guys I want to root for to be good. I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan of Bryce Young, so I want him to be the best. But I want C.J. Stroud to be good. I want Will Anderson to be good. I want Jackson Smith. I want these guys to be good. That just, I don't know, they got the right head on their shoulders, and I think that's a very valuable trait. And I think it's something you got to look at when you're scouting. I really think that's a big trait when you're scouting. I know talent's up there, but man, I think having the right head on your shoulder. I mean, you see it with 2019, 2020. Isaiah Wilson he didn't have the right head on his shoulders, and he played 4 snaps, and then he's out of the league. Henry Ruggs. I mean, no, I'm not saying Henry Ruggs, because Henry Ruggs actually was a quality person. He just made a stupid mistake. But there's tons of guys that just don't have the right head on their shoulders, and they flame out. And it's like I think that's genuinely the most important trait to have when you're looking at someone. If they don't have the right head on their shoulders, I don't think they're draftable.
That's true, because a few years ago, the 2012 NHL draft, I know it's not a football example, but Nail Yakupov didn't want to interview with Toronto because he knew he's going number 1 overall. And Brian Burke at the time said Nail Yakupov, he has an attitude problem because he almost got into a fight with one of the Toronto staff members. And Toronto took Morgan Riley at 4 instead, and Morgan Riley was the number 1 player on their board. Nail Yakupov's out of the league, and Morgan Riley's actually playing for Toronto in this pivotal Game 5 for the Maple Leafs against the Lightning, 3-time Eastern Conference champions. So I'm not going to be watching all of this game. We're switching over to the NFL draft at 8.
Eagles and Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving Jonathan Gannon. Eagles traded pick 94 in this draft in a 2024 5th round to the Cardinals for the 66th pick in this draft. What? I'm so confused. What?
Oh, really?
So pick 94 has been moved. That is official.
For 66.
So, okay.
The Eagles could use pick 66 to move up, because they look like they want to move actually like up in the draft too. I think they could use that pick to move up.
I agree.
I'm so confused. So the tampering made them trade that or something? I'm guessing. It's not the draft day trade I was looking for.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. What do you guys think if if it is Bryce and CJ 1 and 2, what do you think Arizona does? Like,
I think they trade out. Well, I think they take Paris Johnson Jr. I don't think the Titans will be interested in moving back up if it's not for CJ. I know there's a little ties to him and Levis. I had them them taking Levis in a couple months, but I really think CJ's their guy, and I don't think they're trading up for just anyone. I think they really like CJ, so I think they'll take Paris Johnson Jr.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I would love to see Vrabel and Levis together, man.
What do you think of this conversation, Joey? It's good conversation. It's fun pre-draft conversation, don't you think?
Yeah, I like the pre-draft conversation. I think there's a lot of good information being thrown out there. But in the end, it's like.
And I'm charging my phone.
Is what
That's
we all
why I
learned
moved
about the
my
draft.
phone away from the iPad, because I've got the computer for talk show. I've got the Twitter Spaces on my phone, and my phone's at 20%. So I'm charging the phone before the draft starts. I'm not.
You're good, Chris. You're good. You're good. But this is what we love about the draft. We've got a lot of information, a lot of different things going on, and I think we hit the nail on the head about all the relevant information going forward. Now, what's going to happen? Now we just sit back and have fun and see what happens, because we hit it all.
I have Ado Ore to Kansas City at 31. They'll develop him under Charles Omenihu, and he'll take over. That is my surprise pick.
Out of everything that has just gone on, you look at number 31 and a surprise pick.
Yeah, that he was the guy from Northwestern. He was born in Kansas City, Missouri. His goal was to be picked in Kansas City, Missouri in the first round. So I have him going to Kansas City at 31 because they need a defensive end, and Lucas Van Ness is gone. The other edge rushers are gone, and I look at him as a hybrid guy. You can put him at D tackle or D end, and that's exactly what Kansas City needs. They need another guy next to Chris Jones with Colin Saunders gone. They do have Derek Nottie under contract for one more year, but it felt like Saunders got more playing time than Nottie as the season progressed for Kansas City. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
yeah, it's like I'm complimenting all you guys on a great, pre-show, and it's like we're gonna end it on
round, but
a surprise 31.
Enough to go in the first round. Like if a team took him earlier than I expected, I really wouldn't give the team too much crap for that because.
Congratulate your co-host on this, not me, your other co-host. Congratulate him on this podcast. Congratulate him on it.
Yep. Cole, you did well today. This is fun.
It makes a lot of sense. A guy that I think could go in the first round that people aren't really talking about, I think Jonathan Mingo could actually end up in the first round.
I've seen that too. Yeah, that's
I think Mingo, he's got some traits that resemble a few of his Ole Miss buddies. And I think that a team, apparently the Chiefs are trying to trade up for Quentin Johnston. They could be interested in him. There's a couple guys. Also, Drew Sanders, I think, could actually go in the first round. I know he's not a good tackler, and I dock him a lot for that. But his positional versatility and his knack for getting to the ball carrier, I think, is really valuable to a team. I think the Bills might take him, who value linebackers in the first round.
You and I are on the same page with Drew Sanders. I'm a huge Drew Sanders fan. I think he does have some stuff to work on as far as tackling goes, but he is a great heavy-handed linebacker.
I mean, he looked good in coverage against Ole Miss. I watched Jonathan Mingo's Ole Miss tape because I had Mingo. Before rewatching Mingo's tape, I had Mingo in like the 6th or 7th round. I liked him enough to move him up to the 4th round, and he is got a guy who's getting day 2 traction. possibly day one traction. So he's a guy who could potentially be picked tonight. Like I had to go back and redo my evaluation on him pretty late in the process. But Sanders stood out in coverage when I was watching Arkansas because I was debating between Mingo and Sanders for Pittsburgh in round 3. And I went with Sanders. I thought Sanders made a few more big plays than Mingo, so I would put Sanders above Mingo on my big board if I were ranking the two versus each other.
And if you really watch Sanders,
upside.
Yeah, I think.
And if you really watch Sanders, when he really hits you, if Sanders really hits you when he's going against you, you feel it. I mean, you can look at it and you can at times about when he throws that hook, whether it's no matter what he's doing with the pass rush, he may not always get there, but he's going to make you feel it. I mean, he has that ability to just whack. And that does, even if he doesn't get there and he doesn't make the tackle, that does make a difference. So, yeah, Sanders is a good, really good player, and I think he could sneak into round 2 or potentially into the front of round 2.
Yeah, I'm going around 1 in my last mock draft. That's not always what I would do, but that's what I think will do, what happened. And I think Sanders could sneak in the first round just because his positional versatility. I mean, he was recruited to Alabama as an edge rusher. He was starting over Dallas Turner, who looks like a probably first-round pick next year whenever Christopher Allen went out. And then Drew Sanders got hurt, so Dallas Turner took over, and he was kind of that guy. So Sanders ultimately went to Arkansas. Then they moved him to off-ball linebacker, but they still showed his versatility by letting him rush the passer. And I think ultimately he's just got a lot of versatility. Now, can he tackle? Not really. But, I mean, that's something you can learn. I feel like you can learn the ability to tackle. I think Sanders might be a really good player.
We got to see.
Yeah, and I agree. I didn't know they had moved him around that. I didn't know they had moved him around that much. I'd seen a lot of the pass rusher. I'd seen him drop back a little bit. I knew he had some problems with tackling, but as you said, you can learn to tackle. That's, something they should have taught you in high school, but, it seems to be a lost art these days as far as, and looking for the big hit rather than actually wrapping up. That's something that can be taught in the pros, but he has everything you want. And except he does have some shortcomings when it comes to tackling. And that's what's going to end up
I've got an
him.
update from Justin Bales. CJ Stroud is now minus 2,500. He was minus 1,500. That is nearly doubled in the last.
So CJ Stroud's going too. Cool.
So I'm going to get the grade up for Stroud now. So that's 2 out of 31 picks. And it took a while before we knew for certain. But
yeah, your face is gonna be mighty red if he doesn't go number 2 on it.
Well, we can always change the pick and the source code and edit that stuff later. So 1 minute.
How long do the Panthers take?
You're.
They're gonna take the whole time.
The Panthers are gonna watch BattleBots, and then they're going to turn their card in at the last second. That's what they're going to do because this is the last BattleBots episode before the tournament.
You have a problem with BattleBots?
They're going to watch BattleBots, and then they're going to
turn their card in. You have a problem with BattleBots?
With people.
You better not say you have a problem with BattleBots because BattleBots are cool.
I love BattleBots. And if there wasn't Stanley Cup playoffs on and the NFL draft on, I would tune into BattleBots right now. But I get BattleBots on demand at my house, so I can watch it tomorrow. I'll probably.
Okay.
There's these machine robots that fight each other in an octagon. That is basically what it is. And Chris Rose.
It was a.
I think I've seen it before.
It was originally a late '90s, early 2000s program where amateurs would build their own robots and send them into battle against other amateurs that built their own robots. and they would fight each other, and the robots that won would advance to the next round. And it'd be a half-hour show where until there's only one bot remaining.
Yeah, and it used to be on Comedy Central. Now it's 2 hours and it's on Discovery. So you got the hockey games on ESPN2, and you've got BattleBots on Discovery, and you've got the NFL draft on as well. I think there's NBA on TNT tonight too. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's an off night.
Yeah, I got a bunch of friends at that game. Celtics and Hawks for sure.
I would never be going to that game.
Well, here's what you do. You put BattleBots on one show and the NFL draft on the other, and then you combine them, and then you'll have a hell of a party.
Yeah, I mean, I would think with the NHL, the NBA playoffs, and with BattleBots, teams are just going to watch sporting events and wait until the last minute to submit their picks just to piss off the average consumer. That's what I would do if I were a GM of a team. If I knew I would take the 9 minutes and 50 seconds and then turn the card in.
Well, I was actually talking about him with all of his guests, but, that works too.
Yeah, they're going to take all the time in the world to take Bryce Young. I'm just excited to see his name come across the screen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting a Bryce Young jersey, even if I'm not a
I've already got a Bryce Young rookie card. I got it at the Kell Sports Card Shop the other day. I showed Cole the card. It was pretty cool. It's a Bryce Young Alabama card. They had them out like before the combine. I was kind of surprised that they had a Bryce Young rookie card out that early. It's like pre-ordering a game at GameStop, and you get like a discount prize with the video game you buy at GameStop when you pre-order it.
Yeah, I got one too. I also got Bryce Young's Alabama jersey. I'm getting a Panthers jersey too. I'm making a pick.
No, that's like back in the day. It's like I've got a Chipper Jones rookie that happened before he was drafted by the Braves and was in AAA and all that. And I have one with Shaq back when he was with LSU. It's like
I bought
it's not new that the cards would come up before
for $1 when he was the backup to Alex Smith. I still have that card. That card is worth anywhere from $500 to $1,000 on eBay now. That's how.
Give it a couple more years, it'll be worth a lot more. I have a Robert Parrish rookie card somewhere. I'm sure that's worth a lot of money. But,
all right, we got to get ready for the NFL draft. Thank you guys for calling in. I'm going to end the Twitter space.
James just spoiled number one pick. James just spoiled number one pick.
What? So is the number one pick been made yet, or is it
No, but James just said the Carolina Panthers are targeting Bryce Young's number one pick.
Well, I've already got the rate. I've already got the grade right up, A+ grade. If that is in fact the pick, that is an A+ grade easily.
I'm turning off all my.
I have no problem with these people leaking the picks because it makes my job easier because I write code and I type all the grades and stuff up. So I have zero issue with that at all.
If that was a pick that we did not know who was going number one, I would be very mad. But I'm okay with it since I already knew.
Yeah, I want to see his name come across. There are days when I miss the old. There are days when I miss the old before internet drafts. So, but Cole is great interacting with you, man.
And thank you for coming in, Cole and Donovan. We're going to end the Twitter space so I can charge my phone and let you gentlemen enjoy the draft. But enjoy the draft, and if you want to set something up tomorrow, like a pre-draft show at 6 tomorrow, where we recap some of the day one picks and stuff, I'm down with that. Just hit me up on Twitter after this, and we'll figure out the logistics. All right.
Yeah, I'm down for sure.
Definitely. Sure. That was Donovan James and Cole Baggett, and they did a great job, Joey. Are you ready for their draft coverage?
Yeah, we are ready to roll. Just, waiting on the picks.
And
I've got a couple feeds up. So
picks typed. I've got the EJ Stroud and Bryce Young picks. I've got I could be wrong on Stroud, but if his odds have increased like that, that's usually an indicator that they're going to pick him. I mean, that is 9 times out of 10. If the betting odds just spike like that, that's a sign, because remember, the NBA draft last year, everybody thought it was going to be either Jabari Smith or Chet Holmgren. And then the last minute, because Smith and Holmgren were Wes's top guys, and the last minute it was Banchero. And Banchero became the betting favorite about 15 minutes before the draft started. Same thing we're seeing here. NHL, Juraj Slafkovsky became the betting favorite over Shane Wright with 15 minutes before the draft. That tells me CJ Stroud's going to be a Texan. Now, the Cardinals, I don't know what they're going to do at number 3. I'm not going to try to guess right now because I feel like if we leak too much. Let's see here. Let's see what Will Anderson. Let's type in Will Anderson. But yeah, I mean, right now, Cardinals, they traded 94 and a 2024 fifth round pick. So the Eagles only gave up 94 and a 2024 fifth round pick for 66. And the Eagles on Cardinals settled the tampering investigation involving the hiring of Gannon.
Tampering. Try to get my NFL plus draft feed going on here. So you got a lot of shit going on right now.
I don't see Will Anderson. I don't see where I think the Texans odds. I just want to check what the Texans odds are. I'm pretty certain Stroud's going number 1, but it is CJ Stroud, 76% of the betting actions on him, 10% on Will Anderson, only 5% on. It's now minus 6,000 for Stroud. So it's now gone up to minus 6,000. It was at minus 2,500. That is nearly doubled. So Stroud's going to be a Texan, okay? Unfortunately, 2 hours ago, Will Anderson was the betting favorite. Now it is Stroud. So I'm just saying. I'm not saying that means it's definitely going to be the pick, but the fact that they bait and switch you that late in the process because
yeah, okay. Should be. This is what I hate about doing this on computer, because computer gives you a hell of a runaround.
yeah, and that's the thing, like, but it sounds
Okay,
like
here we go. Just need to fucking get my.
Patrick Mahomes, he's bringing the Lombardi out. The Chiefs fans are cheering for him. Look at those Chiefs fans. Look at how loud and passionate they are after a playoff win. And Mahomes, he's bringing the Lombardi draft out.
Hear it. I hear it. It's loud. And the dude that introduced him is really fat. So is that Andy Reid's son? And why does Patrick Mahomes still have a mullet? Is he bringing the mullet back in? Well, I just realized something. I literally just saw a picture of my nephew, the one I always made fun of for looking like a beetle. He has the exact same freaking mullet that freaking Mahomes does, except for the back of his hair is longer. So he has a better mullet than Patrick Mahomes. I'm not sure how I don't know how I feel about that. It's like, I have no idea how I feel about that. How am I supposed to feel about that? He has a better mullet than what I had back in the day. And I had a mullet back when mullets were a thing.
Yeah, I accidentally pushed the rewind button instead of the but the draft is open. Patrick Mahomes, he's carrying the Lombardi trophy. He's probably going to take it backstage, and Bryce Young will get to
Did
see
he
the
throw it
trophy.
to a fan? Did he throw it to another fan? They had to go get it back out of the crowd.
Mahomes is not Tom Brady. He is very protective of his valuables.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, I mean, we got to be careful about this because if it happens once, it might happen again.
Well, I think if any team in Kansas City needs help from the Chiefs, it's probably Sporting Kansas City. We're 2 months through the MLS season, and Sporting Kansas City is the only team in the league without a win. If they lose on Saturday following draft day, following day 3 of the draft, they will be the first team in MLS history to get 0 wins through 10 regular season games. They would be the first Major League Soccer team to ever go 0 wins through 10 games. Toronto went 0-9 before they won their first game in 2012. Kansas City would break that record with a loss to CF Montreal on Saturday. And speaking of soccer, Dave Tepper, he owns Charlotte FC, trades up to number 1 for Hamady Diop, defender Clemson. Now he's trading up to number 1, and it's probably going to be Bryce Young. Bryce Young, 5'10", 204. He won the Heisman as a freshman, as a first-year starter under Bill O'Brien. He lost Evan Neal. He lost his weapons, and he still did just as proficient. And Young was 44 for 50 at Alabama's pro day. Stroud 43 for 50. So by the slimmest of or was 44 for 51. So a completion is what separated Young from Stroud. And he won the Heisman. I think Bryce Young. I thought I saw Bryce Young's phone ring backstage. So they already know Bryce Young is going to be the first pick. They're just trying to build up the suspense. You know what'd be crazy is if Carolina accidentally called Will Levis or a quarterback next to Bryce Young and took the quarterback. No, they called the wrong quarterback by accident. That would be pretty hilarious, Joey. Okay, that is Oren on the iPad. I'm going to bring him on. Hey, Oren, what's going on, man?
Hey, you want to call me on my regular phone?
My current phone's charging, but I can call you on the regular phone, or we can talk on the iPad, whatever's easier with you.
Just call the regular phone for right now.
All right. So I guess I'm calling Oren. The phone is at 38%, but I'm going to keep charging it, but I will call Oren. Hey, Oren, what's going on? I think this is going to be Bryce Young, and I think Stroud's going to end up at 2, but it's close. I mean, Stroud, a lot of betting action came in for Stroud last minute, but Bryce Young just has the arm, the decision-making, the progressions. He can make up to all 6 progressions, gets rid of the ball. He'll hold on to it for 3-4 seconds, but he's dissecting the play and diagnosing what the defense is going to do. Doesn't see anyone open, so he takes off and scrambles, because he anticipates everything so well. And
yeah, I don't think anybody else is going to be the pick here. Bryce Young will be the pick. It's really who's going to be number 2, and that's really we'll find out in about 25 minutes. But they have 5 minutes on the clock for Carolina.
The Panthers are probably watching BattleBots right now. I joked about that. Or the hockey game. They're watching something before they turn in their card just so they can build up the suspense. And, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at about 3 different feeds right now, listening to a bunch of different stuff going on. So, you know, if I'm a little bit silent, you know, don't pay it any mind. I'm paying attention.
I have Bryce Young at 4, CJ Stroud at 5, Anthony Richardson at 8, and Will Levis at 32 on the big board I did. But, you know, we'll see what happens here. And I would be shocked if it's not Carolina. But Carolina's transitioning from a 43 to a 34 defense. So Carolina hasn't turned in their card, but they're clapping. They're building up the suspense. They've known who they've wanted for a while now, but now they're finally sort of making it official.
Yeah, I'm watching it here. It says it's 420.
I'm at 402.
On this, you're at 402, so you're a little ahead of me. But yeah, it's like I'm trying to keep track of all kinds of feeds, so you know, hopefully I'll keep everything all in order here.
Yeah, it's just Joey, you, and I right now. We had 2 other people on our pre-draft show on Twitter Spaces. So we set up a Twitter Spaces. We had 2 other people on.
And where the hell is Oren at? I was told we would have an
here.
Oren
I've been
sighting.
charging my phone. Oren is right here, but I've been charging my phone. That's why you haven't been able to hear him, Joey. But he's here.
Okay. Because I was told we were going to have an Oren sighting, and I have not heard an Oren. So I was kind of disappointed.
The pick is in, folks.
Excellent.
It's finally arrived. Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama. Man.
Yeah, and, you know, fun fact, Bryce Young did beat out
Sweet home Alabama.
3rd-round pick Matt Corral in a head-to-head game as a freshman. That's what leaders do. That's what winners do. And Carolina, they're going to have everybody back on this offensive line next year. They added Miles Sanders, Adam Thielen, and Hayden Hurst. You have Terrace Marshall as that number 2 receiver. And I'm not ruling out a receiver at 39 to compete with Chark for the slot receiver job. It really just depends on how their board shakes up. But I think Bryce Young is going to be the pick for Carolina here.
Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Yes, true.
Yeah, the pick is in because you can already see the Houston Texans are at the 8-minute mark for their pick. So the Texans, see, the NFL is fast forwarding. Roger Goodell hasn't even announced the pick yet, and the NFL is fast forwarding. Welcome to 2023, where once you turn your envelope in, we fast forward to the next team.
I don't care about those people talking. I got it on mute. I'm watching it, but I got it on mute.
Same here. I've got Jeremiah, Joe Klatt, Charles Davis, and Rich Eisen on mute.
And I thought I had 3 feeds that were, you know, that was impressive. You guys have got like 6 feeds each. It's like I need to buy more equipment.
And Nick Saban is there with Bryce Young. Bryce Young is officially the pick. Everybody's applauding Bryce Young. Even Coach Saban's in the war room. Because this is the first
yeah, the cream of the crop. You know, the cream of the crop. The coffee always rises. The cream, you put it. Yeah, I'm not the best macho man, but I try.
CJ Stroud just tapped Bryce Young on the shoulder and congratulated him. It's almost like Stroud's trying to give Bryce Young a kiss of death.
Well, or the fact that CJ Stroud is actually a good sport, you know, which is everything that people had said that he was. So it's like, Good
So
job,
all
man.
the prospects are waiting like a hotel lounge, and once they get picked, they're going to leave the hotel and then walk onto the stage, shake Goodell's hand, and take a photo with Goodell for the media. So
Yeah.
By the way, Chris, are you marking all these picks on the
I've already got the Bryce Young pickup on Draft Utopia. I copied and pasted the write-up before the draft because I knew Bryce Young was going number 1.
Now, Oren, I've got a question for you because, this is how I feel. Do you feel like, a few years ago they had like 20-some people in the green room. Do you agree that it's better when you only have like 7 or 8?
They cut it from 20 to 17.
I actually, well, all the fans are happy here. I just feel that I don't mind having 20, but when they get to be, it's a privilege to go to the draft and be a part of it. And I feel 15 would be a good number. I don't think 7 or 8. I think 7 or 8 is a little bit less. It's kind of fun because now it's like broadcast. It's a world kind of thing.
Only 17 players got invited to the draft compared to the 20 from the last year or two. Only 17. They reduced that number.
Well, that's a good number, Chris. But I feel that I saw last year also when they invited them, some of them didn't even want to go. But I feel it's a privilege to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you there, Oren.
Okay, 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I just felt like it was like when it was getting 20, 25, and it was getting so high, it was like if you didn't get picked in the first round and you were invited, there was something wrong with you. It's like I didn't like that. It's like just.
But I just feel, anyway, this, I want to talk about this. Let's move away from that for a second. This pick coming up, the pick is in, by the way, folks. Let's see how it changes the draft. It could change the draft right here, folks. We have no idea how it's going to go.
Actually, we do, Oren. You're wrong. Their betting odds have increased for C.J. Stroud. And
well, we don't know. We don't know. You don't know. Let's. The pick is
Albert Breer just leaked the pick. Yeah. Albert Breer said Stroud's a Texan. I'm pretty sure Stroud's going to be a Texan, guys.
Yeah, but if you're looking at Vegas odds, what are the odds that Vegas is trying to make a little bit of extra money?
That could be true as well.
Vegas odds.
So
Vegas odds don't tell me a lot.
Stroud is the pick. So I'm just
Albert
saying.
Breer, yeah.
Albert
Breer. Okay. Breer is one of my favorites.
It's Stroud. Shams Charania and Stroud both. Sam Charania, the NBA guy for The Athletic, and Breer both said it's Stroud. It is Stroud. That's official.
So the NBA guy is telling you what the NFL is doing.
Yes.
I'll go with Albert Breer.
He said it like 2 minutes after Albert Breer leaked the news, but the NBA draft guy, Shams Charania, the rival to Waj at ESPN, is leaking NFL draft picks just for the hell of it.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud just won the slam dunk contest because, the NBA guy said so.
But yeah, I love this pick. I had Stroud at 5 on my board, and I mocked Stroud at number 2. So we open up the draft.
I'm not. Hasn't been announced yet.
Well, it's going to be Stroud.
Now, Oren, what do you think about the thought that because now it just brings a lot more credence to what I heard earlier that I said during the pre-draft show, that the Texans are looking to keep C.J. Stroud and, that they're trying to keep the Ohio State tandem together. What do you think about that?
Jackson Smith-Njigba and Stroud at 2 and 12. That's what we've been saying. It's what I've been mocking. I think it's a great idea.
I need you to repeat that question, Joey.
Ohio State receiver Jackson.
The Texans are trying to keep Njigba and Stroud together in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the odds are of that?
It's very possible. Very possible. They have a 12th round. They have the 12th pick. So
Yes. Unless a team decides to take Njigba earlier, which is also possible.
yes. So I'm going to tell you
And
that Alabama, the last 4 years, had a quarterback go in the first round, or had a quarterback go in the draft, I should say.
very nice. Alabama's got a nice run.
And Bryce Young is the first person to go to Alabama, number one.
Yep, very first player in history to go first overall to Alabama. And, Stroud and Young are 4 and 5 on my board for a reason. Both Stroud had 2 consecutive years of over 3,600 passing yards, and Bryce Young still achieved over 30. I think he had 32 touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns, 36 total touchdowns, and only 5 picks in 22. Very consistent as far as his level of play goes. And both these quarterbacks, highly recruited coming out of high school, very consistent in the collegiate level, and their traits, they've earned the right to be 1 and 2. And you see Stroud, he is telling the crowd, just look at the moxie of
something
Stroud.
they have not earned.
He is telling
something
the crowd.
They have not earned. They have not earned the fashion award that goes to the NBA. Those guys know how to dress. NFL prospects need to take note because they are all lame. They do not know how to dress. They do not know how to put on a really nice suit. They're just not good at it. I mean, they're just not. Take some notes from Deion Sanders, Charles Barkley.
Do you see a trade coming here?
No, I think it is Will Anderson Jr., the 3rd best player in the draft to Arizona. I think he will be the pick. But there are some other candidates in play. But this is where it's going to get – number 4 is where it's going to get interesting. But I think Will Anderson will be the pick. If it could also be Paris Johnson. It could also be – there's a number of different players in play. But I would think with Will Anderson on the board, they're going to take him. They're going to get the best player in the draft, and they're going to continue their rebuild.
Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, I'm thinking Paris Johnson, not because I don't like Paris Johnson, but because their quarterback has gone to bat for him, and their quarterback has not proven himself.
Well,
but I think they're going to go with that.
Chris and Joy, on my board, Jalen Carter is the best player right now on the board.
I've got him at 2 behind Anderson.
Oh, I agree.
Pretty good.
Jalen Carter is the best. If he didn't have any trouble, he is the best player coming off the board.
But
Carter and Anderson are the 2 best players in this draft, in my opinion.
Has 2 seasons of double-digit sacks at Alabama, and he had more quarterback hurries than Myles Garrett. So for me, he is the clear number 1. He doesn't have the off-the-field concerns that Carter has either. Now, if Carter didn't have those, I think there'd be an argument for Carter, but I think Anderson is
with
the best
Carter's,
player.
it was nothing more than not understanding the law. He passed his test and everything. He just thought once he passed it that it was 100% binding. He could do whatever he wanted to with it, and he didn't wait for the license to come in. I mean, nobody in the NFL, from everything I read, nobody in the NFL is holding that against him. It was a misunderstanding of the law.
Kickoff Radar just tweeted that Cardinals might be trading down. No way Will Anderson takes this long.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2 minutes now and left. And that's why I say it may be a trade card. We see Levis go off the board here. Don't be surprised if my idiots do that.
Well, if a team trades up for Will Levis, they're getting an Alex Jones grade. The guy on InfoWars that just screams and just that rambles on and says a bunch of nonsense. That's the grade we're giving the team.
If a team takes Will Levis The only thing I will say is that they better have a cup of coffee with some mayonnaise in it and a banana so that he can eat it with the peel on. They better make him comfy.
Looks like the Titans are moving up.
They're not. The clock is still running. We're at less than 2 minutes left.
Some teams do wait till the last minute.
This is Oren trying to build suspense.
We're going to find out.
This engagement, this debate. You got Arizona typing some stuff.
The Cardinals are trading the number 3 overall pick to the Texans. The Texans are moving back. Houston is back on the clock. You heard it right here. Trade. Cardinals are trading the number 3 overall pick to the Texans. Houston is back on the clock.
I had a feeling Houston might try to get Stroud, and Just in Time Sports has tweeted that the Texans have moved up to number 3. So that is official, guys. So I'm guessing the Texans are moving up for Will Anderson. Still 3 for 3.
What the hell?
I typed in Cardinals on Twitter and 2 sources, NFL draft rumors. So good job, Oren. Oren broke the news. Oren broke the news.
Oren broke news.
Yes.
Oren broke my brain there for a second.
Oren broke the news.
Oren broke me. It's like I'm sitting here sounding like Scooby-Doo for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know I sound like one of those rowdy a-holes on the Pat McAfee show, but that's how happy I am for Oren. He broke the news. Let Oren have his moment. You know what? You get to announce the pick, Oren, since you broke the news.
Oren, you're the man.
All I have. It's amazing. But who would have thought that the Texans would have been the first trade right after they selected the other one? But they had actually a very good. So basically, the Cardinals would probably be number 12 now.
Yeah, they are 12. It's going to be 12 and one of the 2 2024 first-round picks. I'm guessing the one from the Browns is going to be sent to Arizona, if I had to take an educated guess, because that pick's probably going to be worth less.
This is one of the more improbable trades I have seen in recent NFL draft history. 12-3. That's a huge jump.
I had a feeling that the Texans were going to try to get both Anderson and Stroud, but they would have to give up one, maybe both of those 2024 first-round picks, and it is Will Anderson. Will Anderson Jr. is officially the pick here.
Yeah, so Will Anderson is the pick. You told me to announce
Will Anderson.
This is actually Edge from Alabama. Will Anderson. And you fit in the scheme that DeMarco Ryans has here. A great pass rusher. And wow, to pull 2 of the top 10 picks.
2 of my top 5 players, my number 1 player and my number 2 quarterback, to get both of them in one draft. Really good haul for the Texans. They're getting an A+ grade here.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
what they sacrificed.
Doesn't this remind you of when the Texans tried to have Deshaun Watson and Mario, the dude that has never been able to stay healthy or stick with the team because of his bad attitude, in one shot? I mean, the Texans are trying to relive history, only in a better way. And I'm not going to say it's a bad strategy. Not going to say it's a bad strategy.
Yeah, and I do have.
Let's be honest. NFL Network is trying to say they nailed it. Oren nailed it.
Oren did nail it.
NFL Network did not.
And Tony Mario
NFL
and myself
Network
are
did not.
both 3 for 3 in our mock drafts. Oren nailed the trade, and Tony Mario and I both got the first 3 picks correct. He had Will Levis at 4. I had Anthony Richardson at 4. So someone's going to be 4 for 4, and the other person is probably going to be really pissed off after this Colts selection.
Well, the Colts are on the clock. They got about 6 minutes, a little under 6 minutes. We'll see where they go. We had a lot of chit chat over the course of the off season to see where the Colts will go. Both me and Chris, especially. I'm sure Joey had stuff on his end. With this fourth pick, with the Colts. Colts never thought about moving up, but they're there, and they do need a quarterback too. Do they take Levis? Do they take Richardson? Or they go somewhere we don't even know where they go? They take somebody from the defensive side of the ball and take the like a Tyree Wilson here.
Well, I'm talking to a Colts fan right now. I'm trying to get him to call in and give us his thoughts. And I'm not so sure. I know he's a fan of tequila. So I'm not sure what his condition is at this point. But he did say he was going to cry if the Colts screwed this up.
Well, here's an update on the Texans' defensive depth chart here. The Texans have Will Anderson Jr. at right end. They have Jerry Hughes at left end. They have Hughes played right end last year, but he's moving over to the other side. And then they have Winovich as the backup to Anderson and Greener as the backup to Hughes. But all four of those guys should get their looks, their reps. So, yeah. And it's possible they put Anderson at linebacker instead of DN, but I think they're going to put him at DN. He's 6'5", 6'3", 253. I don't think the transition from linebacker to DN is going to be major for him because he's played with and without his hand in the dirt. So,
Oren, I've got to ask, what do you think the Colts do with number 4?
What I like or what I would think? Well,
what you would do. What you would do.
My best players right now on the board are going to be Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter's the best player on the board. You're right on that.
Best player on the board. Then I have Tyree Wilson. I don't think they go for a lineman. Therefore, if they're not interested in either one of those players, they will get Levis. They really liked Levis in this offseason.
They sent all their coaches and scouts to Levis, but I think Richardson's the better player of the two. And we'll see what happens.
It doesn't matter. He fits within their character, Chris.
NFL Talk is just tweeting that Richardson is, in fact, the pick.
Richardson, yeah, because the pick is in.
4 for 4.
I'm hearing it. I'm watching it here. Pick is in, and let's face it, whichever quarterback this is, if it's a quarterback, we can look at it and say the Colts do not have to start them right away.
Quarterback.
4 for 4. And I have Jalen Carter at 5. Could be the second time within 4 years where I have the most accurate mock. I mean, I don't want to get too cocky yet. I'm just glad I won once. NFL mocks are the hardest to predict. Then I would say MLB.
Chris,
and then the other sports.
Chris, you're a cocky bastard, okay? You're a cocky bastard, Chris, so do not try to even act almost humble. Because if it wasn't for myself and Oren, you would never be humble a day in your life.
You think I'm that cocky, overconfident, full of myself? Come on!
Yes.
I love how we're just laughing this off like it's no big deal.
Yeah,
of course we are. Because it's the NFL draft, and we got to have some fun.
Exactly.
And if we aren't having fun in the NFL draft, we're never having fun ever. So we got to have some fun.
We do.
But at the same time, we do have to look at things as it is.
What if Seattle took Bijan Robinson and they paired Bijan Robinson with Kenneth Walker? I don't think Seattle will take Bijan Robinson. He's my number 3 player on the board behind Jalen Carter, and my number 1 player, Will Anderson's, off the board. But just hypotheticals here. How would you feel about Bijan and Walker in Seattle as a 1-2 punch?
Bijan Walker?
Bijan
Who the
Robinson
hell is
and
Bijan
Kenneth
Walker?
Walker III. Last year's Rookie of the Year finalist, Kenneth Walker III. Him and Bijan
Okay.
Robinson. How do you feel about that,
Bijan
Dan?
Robinson and Walker. That'd be a hell of a deal. That'd be a hell of a duo.
I
But-
think
I want to give you the trade details as they came in completely. Cardinals received, as we know, the 12th pick overall. Also, they received the 33rd pick overall, and 24th first-round pick and a 2024 third-round pick. Texans received, obviously.
do we know which
Dang.
first-round pick it is? Is it the Texans first or the Browns first? Because the Texans do have the
I don't
Browns
know. It
first
just
as
says,
well.
Chris, it just says first-round pick.
All right, I'll look it up.
Yeah, and then it says that.
Yeah, that if it just says first round pick, that tells me it's the Texans.
No.
Okay, but they doesn't specify whether it's the Browns pick or the Texans pick. So I'm guessing it is the Texans pick, and they're going to keep their pick from the Browns. I'm guessing the Texans are going to keep the pick from the Browns. That's really what we don't know here.
Well, it depends on
Well,
who's better. We don't know who's going to be better before the trade happens. So.
Not really. We don't know whether what pick the Texans are getting. Are they going to trade? Are they keeping their pick or Cleveland's pick? That's really what I'd like to know. That's a crucial detail.
That is true. Phones are ringing in Seattle. Somebody's trying to move up.
So let's see what we got here. Sounds like Seahawks are trading out of 5. It sounds like the Jack Bricks just tweeted the Vikings are moving up to 5 with Seattle.
If that's the case, we know Will Levis is coming off the board.
And Will Levis
yeah,
will get
it's definitely
the
Levis.
Alex Jones grade. I love it.
It's like I knew it was either going to be the Vikings or the Titans that were going to get this fucker.
Sources tell it's either Jalen Carter or a trade down. It depends. I don't know what's going to happen here.
I don't know, but if you get Will Levis, anybody that kills coffee in a way that Levis does and absolutely destroys that
Aaron
lovely
Legion just tweeted the Seahawks
nectar.
select the RZA,
Got
the
problems.
GZA. You got Inspector Deck, Ghostface Killer, the Wu-Tang Clan, the Wu-Tang Clan, the Wu-Tang Clan. Seahawks are not drafting the Wu-Tang Clan. Stop trying to be funny.
You cannot even pronounce Wu-Tang Clan, so I'm not sure about your credibility at this point.
More than I could, which is more makes me a bigger fan of their music than you by default because I have their CD. My brother,
it's like you can't even pronounce it, and I'm not even a fan of theirs, and I can pronounce that shit. Okay. I'm incredibly disappointed in you right now.
You love to talk about with the draft. This is fun for you. NFL rumors said that the Seahawks are expected to pick Jalen Carter.
Well,
Coach Garrett's son
fun
has
for me, but
the
also
Seahawks have traded the pick to New England. So the Patriots. So what the hell is happening?
Also,
here?
making fun of you is also incredibly fun for me. So I get everything I want in this night.
I'm not posting a grade yet
so
because
happy.
there's too much. The data's not conclusive. Like,
oh yeah, going. Pat McCaffrey's going. No.
Good. I think.
I tried to do a little bit of Darth Vader and with the Luke Skywalker shit, but yeah. It is what it is. My acting chops need a little bit of work.
I did acting in high school. It was fun. Full court press is
Well,
saying.
so did I. I also did choir. I did choir, Shakespeare.
Grade for a year or two. I did it 7th and 8th grade. So we'll
Oren,
see.
what acting have you done in high school?
My acting is all the time.
Were you acting in high school plays? Did you get on local television? Were you a member of the Blues
We did a
Clues
29-hour show in high school. My high school, we did a 29-hour show. So I had this skit called.
This is going to be a trade because it's 1 minute left.
What if the Seahawks run out of time and the Lions jump them and steal Jalen Carter? I'm not saying that would happen. I'm just throwing that scenario out there just for the hell of it.
The Cowboys did it. Cowboys ended up missing, 2 picks, 3 picks, whatever, before they made their pick. So
Seahawks run out of time and Dan Campbell races up to the podium with the card. Dan Campbell just races up to the podium like the Kool-Aid man. That's what I want to see.
Well, even though Dan Campbell is not playing anymore, he's still in darn good shape. So, I mean, he could probably run up there faster than any intern they can get to do it.
I've reported to make the pick. Ian Rappaport I'll wait until I won't wait till announce it.
Yeah, give the card to Ian Rappaport and say, announce it now.
Suns, this is going to be a surprise pick. I don't think it's Jalen. I don't know if
Devin Witherspoon, folks. Devin Witherspoon to Seahawks select Devin
Witherspoon,
Illinois.
I heard Skoronski. Maybe we should wait to see what the pick is because I've seen Carter, I've seen Skoronski, I've seen Tyree Wilson. There is a Dog Cleveland said Witherspoon. It's Witherspoon.
I know what the pick is.
It is. You're right. Oren's the man. He got it right again. So the Seahawks decided to ruin my mock draft because I had Witherspoon to Detroit at 6. But, I can't really hate on this pick because now you have Witherspoon, you have Woolen, and you have Kobe Bryant in the nickel. So it's a great value pick here at number 5. And Devin Witherspoon's the 3rd on my board. The worst grade I would give that is either an A or an A-. I'm debating between A or A- because he's my number 1 corner, but he's my 3rd best player. I'm not giving it an A+, but I'll compromise and go A or A-.
Yeah, I think Witherspoon's a good player. I'm not going to give him a bunch of shit for it. I think there were better players, including I think there was at least one better corner.
I have Gonzalez as the 2nd best corner.
I like Witherspoon.
Witherspoon just checks off the most boxes.
I've got Gonzalez as the best corner. Witherspoon is the 2nd best corner.
Well,
Witherspoon, very good player.
Gonzalez, I gave Christian Gonzalez I think I gave him an A grade in man zone and an A+ in press coverage, but I gave Witherspoon an A grade in more categories. So that's why I have Witherspoon ahead of. But again, these guys would be cornerback 3 and 4 in last year's draft. That's how good Witherspoon and Gonzalez are. They would have been cornerback 3 and 4 in last year's draft if they were eligible.
They're good players.
Off the board next.
I agree, Oren. The Lions are up at 6, and they need a corner too. They just traded Okuda away. I am in agreement with you there.
And then
we're gonna draft freaking Will Levis or some shit.
And they love Carter because their defensive line is shit. Excuse my language.
Maybe the Lions take Carter.
Their defensive line is shit.
Witherspoon. I know it sounds kind of harsh, but I'm not giving them a B grade, and I don't hate the pick. It's just I think there were 2 other players in terms of value.
I saw something about an hour and a half ago where people were comparing Carter to Warren Sapp. So if the Lions get Carter, well, can you really argue that pick if he does end up to be a Warren Sapp type player?
it's going. I'm typing my write up for Seattle. Tough to throw on Seattle. Now, Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs will both be healthy at safety next year.
I mean, Devin Witherspoon had 146 tackles, Chris, 5 interceptions. That's not bad.
He had 14 deflections this season, 3 interceptions, and I gave Witherspoon an A in man, an A- in zone, an A in press, an A+ in run stuffing, and an A+ in hard hitting, and A+ in tackling. So, I mean, I didn't give him an A+ in all 3 categories like Garner and Stingley, but he is the best corner in the draft by the slimmest of margins, and I have Gonzalez 1 spot behind him, but it's very close. And it's the number 1 corner, and I'm going to bump this up to an A because I said A- originally, but he is the number 1 corner in the draft. You really can't hate on the pick here, and it's a good pick for Seattle. So, I mean, you got that cornerback trio here, and because I mocked because I mocked Witherspoon to Detroit, that means that I got number 5 and number 6 wrong. But he had a 92.5 PFF grade, which led corners.
He has the best but they need at least so it's not sure how to, ramping up to the NFL.
Yes, totally agree.
So 17
with everything said.
Yeah, 17 passes
I'm
defended.
not even sure what was said, but I agree totally.
Breakups and 3 interceptions that Witherspoon had. He is without a doubt the top corner in the draft. It's
Detroit, 4 minutes on the clock. Where do you guys think they go again? I don't know. My number 1 still is Jalen Carter. My number 2 would be Wilson if he's still there.
I've got Bajan at number 2 ahead of Wilson. I have Wilson at number 10. I think the medicals with Wilson are very alarming. I mean, his tape is okay. He's good in a lot of things. He's not dominant in one category. I like Murphy more as a pass rusher, but I think Wilson's better as a run stuffer. He's better in coverage. I have him at number 10 on my board, but we'll see what happens here. Because I mocked Tyree Wilson at 9 because of the medicals, because he didn't work out at the combine, pro day.
Then you got one of the linemen you talked about. We have Peter Skronsky, and then we have Gonzalez. These are all guys on my board still.
The Cardinals have just moved up to number 6, Oren, and it's probably – so the Lions have traded number 6 to Arizona. So the Cardinals have just moved –
What's going on around here?
Stock market, Oren. The Cardinals are like the stock market. One minute they're in the red, and then the next minute they activate and go into bull market mode, and we have a bull ad. So the Cardinals are like the stock market.
No, the Cardinals are like the stock market, as in over the last 5 years they have consistently been in the red. Okay, that's so yes, the Cardinals are like the stock market. They've freaking sucked over the last 5 years.
Yeah,
there you go.
Trading 6 for the 12 and the 34th pick.
12 and 33, correct? Because Arizona got 33 from Houston because the Dolphins lost their first-round pick. So the 12 and 33 picks that they got from Houston are now Detroit. So Detroit has just
34.
No, 34 belongs to – oh, wait, 34 does belong to the Cardinals too, Oren. You're right. 33 and 34 belong to the Cardinals.
Yeah, so 12 and 34 was –
It sounds to me like the Cardinals are just watching the Moneyball movie and saying, let's do this.
Paris Johnson is the pick.
Wow, I like that pick. He's my number 1 offensive tackle.
They got their guy.
And that's the guy Kyler Murray wanted.
They got their guy by moving down. I can, and then by moving up again, and by playing Moneyball. I can.
And they got the guy Kyler Murray
at the
wanted.
very
I guess
least, I can give
Kyler
him a
Murray
little
walked
credit.
into the office, handed Monty Ossenfort his controller and his Call of Duty video game, traded it in like a GameStop customer, and said, "You get me Paris Johnson Jr., I will quit Call of Duty and commit to football." And Monty Ossenfort caved in and gave Kyler his guy.
Oh, you know that ain't gonna happen.
No, that's
he is not gonna quit Call of Duty.
Yes, he is. The offensive linemen are going to drag Kyler Murray to rehab, and he's going to quit Call of Duty.
I haven't played Call of Duty since the first Call of Duty. You know, so that was a long freaking time ago.
I still have some of the Call of Duty games.
I do give him
Xbox,
credit.
I just don't play them.
No, I have not played since the first one.
I'm very bad pressure right now. Don't give me a heart attack.
All right. And I'm going to... Okay. I'm not sure what to grade this because he's my top offensive tackle, but he's my number 9 player. He's my 4th best player on the board.
The additions that the Cardinals needed was an edge, a corner, and I thought they would go and get Jalen Carter. That's why they moved up. That's surprising to me.
From a value standpoint, I'm giving it a B+. I'm giving it a B+ because he's the 4th best player on my board, but he's my number 1 tackle. I had Gonzalez ahead of him, I had Bijan ahead of him, and I had Carter ahead of him, and then that's it. So the Cardinals took my 9th best player at 6. I can't hate on that too much. I think that's a B+ grade in my opinion. It's not terrible, but
it's not a horrible game. It's not a horrible pick. It's actually a better pick than what they would have gotten if they would have taken them at 3. So let's just put that way.
What? If they had taken what?
Well, my Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. My God. Well, will I be celebrating with champagne or I would be alone with brandy? Let's find out. Raiders. Trade back. Let's see what I'm hearing from all these people.
Well, if one of these dumb motherfuckers I've been around today made me sick, I'm not going to be happy.
Well, who is the guy, not Paris Johnson, who is the guy that Kelvin Beachum, that's Kelvin Beacham's now the backup to Paris Johnson Jr. Yeah, so that's what you're looking at, and I do like Paris Johnson. He's my number 9 player. He is smooth in pass protection, long arms, can take up a lot of space, and he's going to be the right tackle to Humphreys in Arizona, so he's not going to have to worry about being the blind side, but I think he'll actually have more success as a right tackle in that role. So I mean, I'm tempted to bump this up to an A-. I have a B+ on it at the moment. I think that's fair. And, you know, I'm going through.
Everybody now, Oren. Everybody now, Raiders.
He does drink cucumber water, Paris Johnson. So everybody on the Cardinals offensive line will no longer be allowed to drink beer with Kyler Murray. If they do drink, they're going to be drinking cucumber water, thanks to Paris Johnson Jr. He also speaks 3 different languages. He speaks English, Chinese, and Portuguese. So he is the first offensive lineman to speak Chinese that ever be drafted in the top 10. I wonder what Paris Johnson Jr. is in Chinese. I'm going to open up the translator app here and find out
The Cardinals receive your 6, number 3, 33rd, and the Cardinals trade. That's so interesting what they did.
Yep. Okay, so I cannot translate English to Chinese unless I end the call. I'm not going to do that. So it's Paris Johnson. So it's Paris Johnson. There's some Japanese Chinese letters that I don't understand. I can translate this to Portuguese though. Paris Johnson Jr. a seleccionado en sexto lugar no ganó pelos Cardinals do Arizona o tackle esquerdo do estado de Ohio será libro para DJ Humphries.
You lost us, dude. You lost us.
O QB Kyler Murray, Q era Paris Johnson Jr. no Arizona. So Q era is pound the table for. Q era, that's what Q era means.
In these and disease to you too.
Q era.
In these and disease to you too.
Well, every NFL team has wisely avoided the dreaded Alex Jones grade that I'm going to hand to the team that selects Will Levis. Will Oren's Raiders get the Alex Jones grade?
I don't want to hear it. You're such a freaking dumbass, man.
Look at Levis. He's nodding his head. Look at him. He's nodding his head like Eminem during a rap song.
Wilson is the pick, folks. Yeah, baby.
Look, he's even more appalled than Bo Callahan in draft day. Will Levis. He's like, why haven't I been picked yet?
Tyree Wilson is my new Raider.
Let's see what Twitter's saying here, because I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm not going to save the pick.
All he wants, Chris. He just wants me to prove, but you are wrong. The Texas Tech guy is going to the Raiders.
Well, you're right, but I'm not giving the Raiders an A grade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 players are on the board, so this is a B grade for me. I'm not going to hate on the pick. I could go B+, but that's the highest I'd be willing to go, and I'm not as sold on Wilson as Oren is. And he's going to be a backup to Chandler Jones to start the year unless he wins that competition. If he doesn't, he'll learn under Chandler Jones and then start, or they'll keep Chandler Jones as a backup.
It's not going to start the whole season.
Chandler, they can't cut Chandler Jones, Oren, or they take a cap hit. They lose money if they cut him.
They'd rather take a cut hit, man. He's not that great. He's going to sit on the bench, dude.
One of them has to sit on the bench. I'm giving this a B+, and it's a B if Wilson.
I give it an A+. It's better than your Levitt.
Well, the Raiders avoided the Alex Jones grade. That's what matters. They avoided the dreaded Alex Jones grade, the dreaded grade. They avoided that, and I'll give their front office credit. They avoided that, so I got to give them credit there. I'm going to give it a B, either a B+ or a B grade, but I mean, I'll go B+. I think that is a fair value. He's the 4th best player on the board, and I do think that is, to get the 4th best player at 7, I can't really hate on that too much. I think Gonzalez would have gotten an A grade from me, but I can't really hate on the pick here. Tyree Wilson's a good value pick. I'm just surprised.
At least it wasn't something that McDaniels would do. At least somebody would overrule him. Because I've seen McDaniels pick, and I am
He's the
frightened.
fourth best player on the board, and he misses a lot of, like, he's not an elite pass rusher yet. Like, on film, Miles Murphy shows more explosion and dominance as a pass rusher, but he's a better run stuffer than Murphy, and he's a better in coverage. So I don't hate the pick, but I think it's a slight reach. I have him at number 10.
If it wasn't for his energy, you wouldn't like it?
I gave him a B plus. I don't hate the pick. I think there are better value picks on the board. I think Jalen Carter and Christian Gonzalez are better value picks. Heck, even if the Raiders took Bijan at 7, I think that would have been a better selection, because then they would have had Jacobs and Bijan. They could have let Jacobs walk if he wants a certain amount of money. So I know I'm crazy for saying that I'd give the Raiders an A grade for Bijan Robinson, but not Tyree Wilson. And he did have 50 quarterback pressures, according to Pro Football Focus. But him being injured through a majority of this draft process is why I'm a little bit.
Yeah, but if you look at his tapes, he has one of the better tapes. He's the second best defender.
Third best defender in Anderson and Jalen Carter. Anderson is the number 1 player at defense, and Carter's number 2. And then Wilson, you can argue, is arguably the 5th best defensive player.
Well, to me, he will be. Remember, whatever you say about Chandler Jones 1 year. You got Crosby, and this is going to be a very, very good team. Maybe not next year. That's what they're trying to create. Is create a defense that is stronger.
And, back in 2014, a lot of people thought the Raiders made a bad pick when they took Khalil Mack, but that ended up being the correct decision at the time. They just couldn't keep
a
him.
whole new crew, a whole new people, so you can't say anything,
I'm saying that Khalil Mack went on to have a better career than JVM Clowney. I'm trying to go to bat for you here, but it's like you're just saying it's a new regime, so whatever the Raiders did in the past doesn't count. So
exactly. As I came on and told you before, this is completely different. Completely different. You can't go 3, 4, 5 years. You can't even go 10 years back. So whole new regime. The only person there is the owner.
Well, the thing is, Chandler Jones is making $19 million. Chandler Jones is making $19 million. He's a dead cap of $25,600,000. So if you release him now, you lose $6 million. Now, if you release him on a pre-June 1st trade, you would save $1,212,000 if you trade him before June 1st. Now,
I don't think they're going to trade him, Chris.
If they cut him, they would only save $912,000. I don't think they're going to cut him, but
you can also move Jones to linebacker if you start playing a 3-4 defense.
The Raiders run a 43. They're not changing their scheme.
Well, either way, I think it's a good pick.
I gave it a B plus. A B plus is not a bad thing. That's a good grade. I mean, it's better than a C grade. It's better than F grade. It's better than the Alex Jones grade that Will Levis is going to receive once he's selected. And that's not a bad thing, okay? I could have been a dick and gave the Raiders a B grade here, but I didn't, because if he's the 4th best player on my board and you're happy with the pick, it's not really fair for me.
Dave Ziegler was considering to replace Chandler Jones, and he just did.
Well, Chandler Jones and Wilson are competing for the job, Oren. That's essentially what's happening, because if the Raiders can't cut him before June 1st, they're either going to trade him if he struggles in training camp, or they're going to release him to save $912,000. I think he'll be the backup this year, and then they'll move him at next offseason. They'll move him. That's probably what's going to happen. But they're going to compete. Jones and Wilson are going to compete.
Pick is in. Let's move to a new season. Falcons, their pick is in. Folks, let's see what the Falcons get here.
Is it going to be Jalen Carter or Bijan Robinson? I think both of those picks would warrant an A, or Gonzalez. Any of those 3 would warrant an A from me, because I have Carter at 2, Bijan at 3, and Gonzalez at 7. So any of those 3 would get an A grade for me here at number 8. I think if they took Carter, that would be an A+. But either of these picks at this value is A grade for me at the bare worst.
Yeah, I really love it. I love the pick. Let's see what we're gonna get here. Oops. So anyway, let's see. I'm just looking up here on Twitter if we see anything.
Yeah, I'm typing in Falcons on my iPad on Twitter to see what the heck's going on here.
Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
Running back Texas, that is an A grade for me. A grade. And this is what's going to be great about this draft is you've got a few teams here. And Bijan Robinson, number 3 on my big board. Very good value pick for Atlanta. And if you're a dynasty owner, you're going to want to get Bijan Robinson in for your backfield here. So I love this pick. Easily an A grade for Atlanta. And Ryan Poles is probably going to get Jalen Carter at 9 if I had to guess. You think this pick is going to ruin Kyle Pitts' fantasy football value, Joey? Because Robinson is going to take some touches away from London and Pitts. But I think having all 3 of those stars in this offense is going to be freaking huge for Desmond Ridder.
No, if anything else, I think it's going to help him out because a good running game, a great running game, always going to help out the passing game. It's always going to draw up the defense so they can get behind the defense. So we're going to draw the front 7. So,
So Bijan Robinson,
Tyler
Cordero Patterson, and Tyler Algier is Atlanta's trio of running backs. So, yeah, I mean, I really love this pick for Atlanta. And I think Atlanta, if Desmond Ridder can pan out, this is going to be one of the steals of the draft. And there's also talks that Cordell might move back to slot receiver. There have been discussions that Cordell may move back to receiver, allowing Bijan to get a bulk of the carries. But if Bijan were to go down, then Cordell could step in at running back. But that's one of the things I've heard with Atlanta potentially here. But yeah.
Hey, I don't know if it's going to hang up, but I'm going to try to call Collinwood. I want to talk to him about it.
If you want to talk to Collinwood about the pick, go ahead, talk to Collinwood, and if the phone hangs up, you can call us back later. We appreciated having you on, Oren.
No problem.
That was Oren Shiri, Raider Nation, CEO of Raider Nation. He is the actual founding father of Raider Nation. But yeah, this draft has been incredible so far.
And Oren comes on with his spiked shoulder pads looking like a couple of Road Warriors and all that shit. I just keep wondering. I think he's more like Road Warrior Animal, just personally. He comes in with the shoulder pads like that. So, just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to charge the phone while Oren calls Collinwood. And I'm going to find out what the heck's going on with Chicago at number 9. Okay, Oren just called me back. Hey, Oren, what's going on? I thought you were going to call Collinwood. Okay.
It's okay. I think he's busy with his friends.
Yeah, he's probably watching the draft with a friend. You can probably call him after the draft or tomorrow. He'll probably answer.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Ooh, the Eagles have just moved up to number 10. And Howie Roseman, he only gave up a 2024 fourth-round pick to move up one spot. That sneaky bastard sniped Ryan Poles, Joey. He moved up to number 9 without giving up any 2023 picks. So Howie Roseman and the Eagles are up at 9, and now the Bears are going to be up at 10. Freaking Eagles are going to get Jalen Carter. Just watch. They're going to have Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Fletcher Cox, Joey. I mean, getting guidance from Fletcher Cox is probably the best thing that could happen to Jalen Carter.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, but if Fletcher Cox goes to the Eagles and he's learning under Jalen Carter goes to the Eagles, he's learning under Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis for a year. I think that's probably the best thing that could happen to him personally.
Well, everybody knows what type of fan of Fletcher Cox I am. And I'm a huge fan of his, so
The Eagles are not moving up for
learning
Will
under-
Levis. They signed Mariota to a contract as a backup. Why would they move up for Levis? I do think we're going to see a team trade ahead of Tennessee to get Will Levis at 10, though. I think we're going to see Poles move back again at 10, which sounds crazy, but
I don't know, alcohol? That's my only thought. Alcohol? Why would they trade up for him? Alcohol?
Jalen Carter, that's the guy. It could
Not
be
Jalen Carter. Will Levis. Why would they trade up for Will Levis?
The
Alcohol.
Eagles are not trading up for Will Levis. They just made Jalen Hurts the highest paid quarterback in the league until Lamar got paid today. It would make no sense to take Will Levis here and just have him sit on the sideline and eat banana peels while Jalen Hurts shows him how to be the best quarterback in the league.
Hard drugs. Have you ever seen one of the people on those things? Make you do some really weird shit. Like draft Will Levis.
The Eagles are not drafting Will Levis, Joey. I can pretty much assure you that.
Hard drugs. I mean, does things to your brain.
I'm telling you, as your friend, it's either going to be Gonzalez or Jalen Carter, and my guess is it would be Jalen Carter here.
I've got to try to find some way to make this draft interesting right now. Outside of trades. I mean, come on.
Because all the players we expected to get
to
picked have been picked, that makes the draft boring and bland to you? No, that's what makes it great. Everything's running smoothly, and we get through everything quicker.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when we didn't know shit. It was so fun.
Yeah, I'm going to see what the Eagles just tweeted. I'll put the phone back near Oren. I'm letting it charge for a few minutes, too, because
I remember what it was like when we didn't know shit. I'm going to Twitter.
Well, we know the Eagles have moved up, but it's Jalen Carter. Dov Kleeman said it's Jalen Carter, so Jalen Carter is an Eagle. I was right because Jalen Carter said that his meeting with the Eagles went well, and if they were going to take him. So Jalen Carter was not lying when he said that. So this is an A-plus pick for the Eagles here at number 9.
Everything is an A+, but you're Raider hater.
I gave the Raiders a B+. I gave Paris Johnson a B+, and I gave the Raiders a B+. Everything else is either an A or A+. I've been fairly objective with my draft evaluations.
Hey, Chris, you really like this draft the way way it's going right now.
Yes, it's going perfect. It's like a movie. It's like a James Cameron movie script. That is what this draft is like, Joey. It's like a James Cameron movie script. And then when the Browns make a bad pick, you're going to say it's like the Titanic and Andrew Barry hit an iceberg. I don't want to hear that. But I am curious which one of these NFL teams is going to hit the iceberg when they draft Will Levis.
You're going Cameron? That's a freaking disaster waiting to happen. Whatever happened to Spielberg? What the hell, dude? You're just cursing this draft.
$260 million or $260. Woo!
The most expensive player in the world for the NFL, that's for sure.
Will you guys give me $260?
Yeah, I'm just typing the Jalen Carter thing on the news ticker here. And yeah, Jalen Carter, defensive tackle for the Eagles. This is easily, I had 4 consecutive A-plus grades before the number 5 pick, where the Seahawks took Witherspoon. That doesn't make the draft bland and boring if I have that much confidence in the teams making the right picks for their organizations.
Well, the funny thing about when we talk about Levis, it was such hype, so much hype that he would go within the first 10 picks. Well, here he is, in the first 10 picks.
But is Ryan Poles going to move down again, Oren? Because Ryan Poles and the Chicago Bears are on the clock, and I feel like if the Titans are so hell-bent on taking a quarterback at 11, I think we're going to see a team move up to number 10 to screw the Titans out of Levis. Is anybody that desperate? And we do have some Jaguars news, Joey. Devon Hamilton has just agreed to a 3-year extension, $34.5 million, $23 million guaranteed. The nose tackle for the Jaguars just got a 3-year extension, $23 million guaranteed.
He had a really good year, so.
I was a big fan of his coming out of Ohio State, so I'm happy for the guy. He secured the bag and got his extension.
Yeah, he did a good job.
It's so funny, Chris. I can hear you typing.
Yeah, I'm typing the Eagles pick here, and then I'll just copy and paste whatever I need to for the part of the Jalen Carter pick. And
I mean, as I said, when we passed the 2 quarterbacks, he was my best player on the board. And here we go.
He's not as good as Will Anderson, in my opinion. Will Anderson had 2 consecutive years of.
It's 2 different positions. So really, as far as a inside lineman,
he does command double teams and triple teams. I do like him, so I don't really have an issue with the pick. Philadelphia has 3 of their starters back on the defensive line, and they're putting Jalen Carter in the same position as Jordan Davis was a year ago.
I mean, that's all they're doing. I mean, it's not a bad thing that's happening. So I'm not opposed to it. You get what I'm saying. I just feel that anyway, let's switch gears here. We have another pick coming in. It says the pick is in. So what do we have? You guys searching on Twitter?
I'm not searched on Twitter. I'm probably going to search on Twitter now, though. I just typed in the Jalen Carter grade. The Jalen Carter write-up is officially up on Draft Utopia, so we're 9 picks into this thing. We're not behind on any write-ups yet. So everything's going smooth so far. The Bears. What are the Bears going to do here?
The Bears, everybody, the Bears!
Ooh. This is going to be a surprise pick. They're going offensive line, but not who you'd think. And I'm not going to say who it is. It's not Skoronski
Not
or
Peter.
It's not Skoronski or Broderick Jones. You guys want to take a guess? There's 3 guys on the board. Anton Harrison, Cody Mock, or Darnell Wright. One of them is a Bear at number 10. I know who it is. I'm just not saying.
Can't be Paris Johnson because he was already taken.
I gave you guys 3 choices. Anton Harrison, Darnell Wright, or Cody Mock. Who is it? I know who it is. I'm just not leaking the pick. I'm actually being diplomatic and professional about this. Do you guys know?
No. I don't even see that pick yet.
It is Darnell Wright, Tennessee. That is the Bears' 10th overall pick. The guy.
That's a jump. I think that's the first pick.
Yeah, that's
for me.
Yeah, I had Darnell Wright at number 19. I'm debating whether to give this a C or a let's see where I have Wright. Carter's off the board, so Gonzalez is my number 1 player, Skoronski 2, Jones 3, Murphy 4, Najigba 5, Ringo 6. So I have 6 players ahead. Joey Porter 7, Brian Branch 8, Darnell Wright was 18th on my board. There were 8 players ahead of him, host. So this is a C- for me. This is a C-, but you could argue it's a C grade in terms of value, but it's a C- for me. Reach, but
well, it's a reach. Does it fill in a hole?
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah. So I mean, that's a safe pick for them. It is a lineman. It's one of the top 5 linemen. And that's kind of sometimes what we see happen in the first round.
If you told me I should make this a C or a C+, I would actually listen to you, but I'm just saying it's not an A or B grade for me because of the value.
I agree with you on that. I'm just going with the position that it covers.
I'll go C grade. Oren talked me into moving this up from a C- to a C. Congratulations, Oren. You're very persuasive.
Like I give a few crap. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, let's move to number 11. The beautiful Titans. Will they take Levitz here?
Yeah, we go from a C grade to Darnell Wright to Alex Jones grade. Quite the transition.
Do we see the big bus come out? Or maybe Hendon Hooker. Maybe they jump up and they get Hendon Hooker over Levitz. I mean, it's a really nice thing that's happening here. I'm not opposed to Wright. I just feel that
from a value standpoint, it's not a good pick. I agree with you entirely on that. Because if there's 8 players ahead of him on my big board that are still available, I think it's either a C- or a C grade. And I'm going to give the Bears a C grade because they drafted a position of need. And Oren talked me into it. And I have to give Oren all the credit for showing compassion to the Chicago Bears after they stole Khalil Mack from his Raiders.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Atlanta going to have a pretty spicy team, too. And I go back and they got the John Robinson and, they got Drake London. They got Kyle Pitts.
I love that offense.
That structure, on offense for Atlanta right now.
Yeah, definitely.
And with a young QB.
Ooh, the Titans select Peter Skoronski. So this is the 4th pick Tony Mario has correctly predicted. Tony Mario had Skoronski to the Titans in his mock draft. So he's now officially tied me for 4 picks correct in the first round. Good job, Tony. And I think I would.
By the way, I want to flash back to we had that, where all our writers and some conglomerants, came and took place a month ago and 2 months ago, we had this draft where this time we did 7 rounds. And did any team predict their own team from what we're going to get? Do you know of yet?
Jordan Alexander had Will Anderson to the Cardinals. They took him 3rd. Stroud and Young went 1 and 2 as expected.
Well, they had Will Anderson go number 3, but Cardinals did not select him.
Yes, the Texans did in the trade, but I don't blame the Texans. I think it was a great business move for them. And Skoronski was the guy I was expecting the Patriots to pick at 14. So, I mean, and he's the number 2 guy on my board behind Paris Johnson. So I give this an A grade, not an A plus because there are questions with the arm length, but I will give the Titans an A grade for capitalizing on the massive mistake that the Bears made. But maybe they like Darnell Wright more as a scheme fit.
Well, let's talk about the next 4 picks, because the next 4 picks really can go a very, very wide variety of directions. Don't you agree?
Agreed. And the Detroit Lions are going to be on the clock at number 12 once Skoronski is the pick. The Lions, because they traded out of 6 to get number 12. So
I see the first receiver.
I think Gonzalez comes on. Yeah, Gonzalez. The Lions are going to get Gonzalez here at 12.
I forgot Gonzalez is still available since the Raiders backed off on that. But, that's why I'm kind of happy that they did get Tyree Wilson, now that you think about it. So. Is it Joey still on with us? Or
yeah, no? Joey, what do you think of the draft so far?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's like I saw the next pick, Skoronski, and that one made a little bit of sense to me. So, I'm not upset with that. The last few picks, interesting. I'm still wondering why Gonzalez is still on the board. Well, you guys just said he's coming off the board.
Yeah, Gonzalez to Detroit. They trade Jeffrey Okudah away. Unless the Lions get a first rounder this year and another first rounder, I don't think they're passing on Gonzalez at 12.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Because I'm surprised he's still on the board. I thought he would have gone a little bit earlier.
Well, if you kept track of every variable with the corners like I do, hard hitting, tackling, run stuffing, Witherspoon beats Gonzalez in those categories, even though Gonzalez is very formidable in that respect. So that's why he went ahead of him.
I don't think that. Well, Gonzalez, I think it was a top 10 pick.
And the 11th pick, back 20 years ago, do you know who was selected? Ben Roethlisberger.
That was in 2004, and the 11th pick in 2003.
Oh, the Ben's have created a time machine to bring Ben Roethlisberger. With the 11th pick, the Detroit Lions have created a time machine to bring in young Ben Roethlisberger.
What if the Lions took Will Levis at 12 and got him behind Goff?
Well,
it's not really funny to say that to a Detroit Lions bar and said, what if the Lions took Will Levis? I would probably get beaten to a pulp on the spot. It would be pretty brutal. I would have red all over my face.
I would.
I'm not looking at the NFL. Are they showing at Levis at all?
I would imagine it's worse than Bo Callahan in draft day when he walks out of the war room after he's not picked.
He might go in the second round.
Actually, I have not seen.
Lions have taken Jahmyr Gibbs, running back. Jahmyr Gibbs.
I love it. That's I was wow.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
That's an interesting pick. That's an interesting pick. But to answer your questions, like I have not seen anything from Levis on NFL Network.
And
Yeah,
look at
I don't
they're
think
showing Levis.
Uh,
They're showing Levis in the waiting room, and he's starting to nod his head, but he's sort of depressed inside, and it's at the point where I think the girlfriend's looking at him like Brady Quinn's girlfriend back in 2007 because of all the money he's going to lose.
I'm not even sure if he knows what to do with his girlfriend, but still, I mean,
Hey,
but that's
Chris, would
just
you
me.
mind if he competes with Mac Jones?
No, I don't want him. Keep him away from Foxborough. What if the Jets took him at 15 to succeed Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, that's a good possibility, too, bro. But they're not because they're going to have.
They got Zach. Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, as we can go through the teams, we got a little time, but it's
It
just
is
silly
Jahmyr Gibbs.
because he's not going to land on anybody for right now. I mean, the Raiders passed on it, the Titans passed on it. Only the Vikings I can see if they want a quarterback to sit. And if the Vikings don't pass on him, if the Vikings pass on him, he will go into the second round.
What if the Packers drafted Will Levis after trading for Aaron Rodgers? That would be entertaining. It's not going to happen because they have Jordan Love, but it'd be entertaining if it did happen.
I just don't see him coming off the board. I mean, if the Vikings don't, I mean, it just doesn't happen. I mean, you go through all the quarterbacks. I mean, unless they want somebody to sit.
Yeah, that's true.
As far as I'm concerned, if he goes in the second round and lands in the Raiders, I don't care. It's a second round.
Yeah, Gibbs is the number one running back on the board, and I do think the Lions need a running back, but this is a reach. I'm going to give this a B grade, though, because I do have Jahmyr Gibbs as a first-round running back, and he's my number 2 running back behind Bijan Robinson. I have Gibbs at number 24 on my big board, so to get him at 12, yes, it's a reach, but I think the Lions had the exact same thought process as I did, because I mocked Bijan Robinson to the Lions at 18. So
I mean, it's great to see 2 running backs go on the top 15. We haven't seen that in quite some time, Chris.
it is, because a lot of teams are playing it safe with running backs, and they don't want to be aggressive. And now I'm wondering if a third running back could get pushed into round 1, because Tajay Spears of Tulane is pretty good. I mean, I'm not ruling out the possibility of the Cowboys taking a running back at 27. But I think it's unlikely now.
Always possible.
I'm giving the Lions a B grade here because this was my number 2 running back. I'm just a little bit surprised he went as early as he did. Yeah.
I'm kind of glad I didn't go to the rock concert tonight because now it's pouring down rain. So
I love that suit.
I'm also glad I didn't.
Stress. Jalen Carter with the pink freaking suit.
So the Lions running back group features David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, and DeAndre Swift this season.
Not terrible.
I have to feel like the Lions are going to be very run heavy with all this depth at running back.
If I would have gone to the Jaguars draft bunch, I would be soaking.
Yeah, but like by September, Wes Langley and myself, we both knew Jahmyr Gibbs and Robinson were going to be the top 2 running backs off the board. I think a lot of people knew they were going to be the first 2 running backs drafted. I think what's surprising is how high they were drafted. With Robinson, it's not really a surprise. But
So Gibbs actually, 10 minutes before it was announced, he actually was wearing a Lions hat. So they already knew their pick when they moved back, basically.
yeah, and I think Gibbs is a great value pick. I'm going to check Twitter to see what the Packers are going to do here at number 13 because I've already got my grade up for Jahmyr Gibbs. I gave it a B grade, but I do think he's the best running back on the board. It's just
Packers are taking, let me make my announcement. Packers are taking defensive end Lucas Van Ness.
Well, they do need a 34 left end. But are they going to use him at left end or edge rusher? That's because I have Van Ness in the first round. He is the number 30. He's number 28 player on my big board here. So he is a first round player. So I'm just not sure where he fits. I do like the pick, but I'm not sure if he's going to be a 5 technique or if he's going to be an edge rusher at outside linebacker, and they're going to have him lose the weight like they did with Rashawn Gary. Because they did the same thing with Rashawn Gary, and they developed him for 2 years, and then he took off in year 3. So I don't hate the pick. I'm just trying to figure out, is he going to be an edge rusher at outside linebacker, or is he going to be a 5 technique at defensive end because of his size? I like the pick. I'm trying to figure out where he is.
Yeah, so let me. Hey guys, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna call you guys back.
All right.
Thanks.
I'm gonna grade him as a 34 left end, but it's possible he moves to outside linebacker. Because this is exactly what the Packers did with Rashawn Gary when developing him, Joey, and that's the only reason I bring this up. I'm giving this.
And with it's like the big thing with him, he will punch you out of the way. That is really hard for a lot of players, whether they are stand-up pass rushers or people who put their hand in the dirt. To be able to get that punch to really knock off offensive linemen, and that's something he does incredibly well. So that is a huge plus, and I think it's something that will benefit the team.
But, here's the thing. The Packers, they do have, I think they're going to develop him for a year, and then he's going to start I think he's either going to take over for Rashawn Gary next free agency, or because Rashawn Gary's a free agent next year.
I was just waiting for your or. You passed up on your or.
I think he's probably going to play edge rusher. An outside linebacker, because Rashawn Gary, he's a UFA next year. You can also cut Preston Smith to save cap space, but realistically, I think the Packers have figured out they're not going to be able to keep both Preston Smith and Gary, and that's why they brought Van Ness in. They'll have him lose the weight and then convert him to 34 outside linebacker. I think that is the plan. So he's in that 200.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, that is a possibility because, he already has
play him at 5 technique because they have Kenny Clark and Devontae Wyatt. But I think they're more likely to play him at edge rusher, and they're hoping for a Clay Matthews type resurgence. The Steelers have moved up to 14 with the Patriots. Bill Belichick has traded the pick to the Steelers here. Steelers are probably going to get Gonzalez here. And as a Browns fan, you are dying a little inside knowing that.
I'm not dying a little inside. I would have died a little inside if they would have gotten Carter. That would have really punched me in the face. But yeah, if they get Gonzalez, it will be a very good pick. It will make
I
life
think
harder
New England is
for
taking Zay Flowers, but they're moving back and acquiring as much capital as possible, Joey, because they know Zay Flowers will be there at 17. I think that is the play for New England.
If that's the play for New England, it's a great play. And it makes the rest of the AFC North cry, but it makes New England fans quite happy. So, I mean, it's so it's a win-win for everybody there, except for other teams in the AFC North. If it's Gonzalez, if it's someone like Will Levis, then the AFC North rejoices.
I'm going to scream yes like Bison in the Street Fighter cartoon if the Steelers do draft Will Levis here. Or I'll play the yes clip until Oren calls back. That is how pumped I will be if that is the pick.
Ooh, and a buddy of mine just reminded me, Jackson Smith-Njigba is still there as well.
Jackson Smith-Njigba's brother, Kanan Smith-Njigba, is now on the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I'm just saying, I don't think the Steelers draft a receiver, but that is worth bringing up.
Intrigue. Just stir the drama. Just stir the drama.
Yeah, so I gave the
Gotta
Packers
beat
a
the
C- here. It could end up being a good pick, but I had Lucas Van Ness in the late first round, and I'm not sure if the 34 is a good scheme fit for him.
Gotta beat the llama. Beating llamas. Getting PETA involved. Thanks, Steelers.
Yeah, so the Steelers pick is in. We're going to find out who the Steelers are, because if the Steelers are going to trade up with the Patriots, I'm going to leak the pick. But I think the Patriots did this on purpose so they could get Zay Flowers without it looking like a reach. So 14th pick. So Broderick Jones, left tackle, Georgia, is going to be the pick. But these Patriots traded 120 and 17. So the Patriots now have a fourth round selection now.
Yeah,
and the Steelers don't pick again until round 7. So the Steelers have rounds 2, 3, and 2 7th round picks. That's their draft. So that's it.
Well, with the Steelers in this situation, it's like normally I'd say there are better people involved, and I wouldn't give them an A grade for this. But I do like Broderick Jones. I do like him as a player. I do think he will do a very good job for them up front.
And I believe Broderick Jones was 12 on my big board, number 2 behind Christian Gonzalez. So this is an A grade for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'd give him a high B. No, I'd give him a high B just for me.
That's the Browns fan talking. That's your ego, Joey. That's not the realistic you.
No, that's just, I like Broderick Jones, but I do think it's a little higher. I think you had him a little higher on your board than I had him on mine.
I had him at number 15 in my final mock draft. I moved him up from 31 to 19 to 15 in my final mock. But he's a guy who gradually rose throughout the process. So
yeah, so I'm not going to be upset with
the Pittsburgh's biggest need. So it's an A grade easily.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
Yeah, it's an A grade for me. That's the Browns fan and Joey talking.
Of course, he's scared.
Well, it's a good pick. I'm not going to be upset. He's just a little higher on your board than mine. It's nothing big.
Well, Broderick Jones is the left tackle. Isaac Sumalo is the left guard. You have Pittsburgh has Mason Cole at center, James Daniels at right guard, and Chukwuma Okorafor at right tackle.
And Chris, why would I be upset about the Steelers taking an offensive tackle when that offensive tackle is going to have to go against Myles Garrett?
I mean, Broderick Jones
just saying,
is one of the better pass blockers in college football, and he had the best 40-time great foot speed. He can neutralize Myles Garrett.
Yeah, your expectations are high.
I believe he can. He's an offensive tackle with Pro Bowl upside, so he can neutralize Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett will still have 1.5 tackles for a loss against him, but he might only have a half a sack instead of 2 sacks. That's all.
I love your enthusiasm. He's a guy I like, but as a rookie going up against Myles Garrett,
I think you're underestimating him.
Think about it.
I might be overestimating him, but there's also the possibility that you're underestimating him.
Overestimating. Okay, let's put it this way. By your scale, let's just even this out. 2 tackles for a loss,
and
1 sack.
And every Steeler fan here would tell you that T.J. Watt is better than Myles Garrett, off the record. And he's going to be practicing against Watt and Highsmith every day, so he'll get better.
Well, I think T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett are like opposite ends of the coin, like yin and yang. They are 1A and 1B as best pass rushers in the NFL. Let's put it that way. These 2 guys are a special breed. And to your point, Myles Garrett said he would not be the player he is today if he wouldn't have been going up against Joe Thomas every day. So maybe Jones going against T.J. Watt, maybe there's the same effect. To your point, maybe there's the same effect that goes on there where Watt makes Jones a better player. So we'll see. Like, I like Jones. I think he'll be an excellent player for him. But I don't think he's going to be elite in year 1. Just not. I just don't think he's going to be some savant. I mean, is that fair? That I don't think he's going to be a savant in year 1? Not sure what happened here, but everything went silent for the last 2 minutes.
pick Emmanuel Forbes.
I just heard humans. Are you there? Anyone? God damn it. Still nothing. No sound.
I hear you.
Okay, I unmute Joey. I muted myself by accident. That's why there was no communication. Are you still here, Joey?
Yeah, I'm
Okay, so
halfway here.
Yeah, thank you. I accidentally muted myself. That's why there was no communication on my end. But we got that fixed. If I
Yeah.
didn't read your text, that never would have been fixed.
Excellent. Yeah, because I just saw the Jack Campbell pick from the Lions.
I don't hate the pick, but I think it's a massive reach at this point because I had Campbell in round 3.
Here we go. The Bucks take Pittsburgh defensive tackle.
Kalijah Cansey, not Kalijah. Kalijah Cansey.
Elijah. Sorry for my pronunciation.
I posted his film on YouTube. He's very good. I think he fits this defense well as Kalijah. I think Bama actually mocked Kalijah Cansey to Tampa in round 2. But Kalijah Cansey is playing with Logan Hall and nose tackles Vita Vea. And Tampa added Greg Gaines for depth. And Will Levis is winking. It looks like he's crying, but he's winking. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Maybe Levis goes to Seattle.
No, he ain't going to go to Seattle. Why would he go to Seattle, brother?
I don't know. Maybe the Seahawks. Josh Freeman was drafted 17th overall. So Josh Freeman was drafted ahead of Will Levis.
Yeah, but still, Aaron Rodgers.
I had to bring that up. I had to bring that up because all of these teams, it's almost like the NFL is listening to our podcast, and none of them have the audacity. None of them want the Alex Jones grade. They're trying to avoid the Alex Jones grade, Joey. That's what this is. It's like I make it public, and now all of a sudden nobody wants Levis. I think that's a pretty steep.
If they were listening to this podcast, they would see how much that I think a lot of their GMs suck.
I like to give Geno Smith here a wide receiver. We haven't seen Hyatt go off the board. I would like that to happen right here.
I think Quentin Johnson is in play. I think Tony Mario had Quentin Johnson to Seattle at 20. Jackson Smith-Njigba is still on the board at 20. That's the crazy thing. It's like, are we going to see?
I mean, I don't even.
Have we seen a wide receiver go yet?
Levitt's on the board.
No. The Lions took Jack Campbell, and the Buccaneers are going to get Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah.
So no wide receivers as of yet.
Nope.
No wide receiver has a pick. That's why I just said I think Jalen Hyatt is going to go off the board right here. Or Zay Flowers.
Quentin Johnston. Tony Mario picked Quentin Johnston to Seattle. So, I mean, anything that is good. So Miles Murphy's also on the board. Miles Murphy was a player is the best player on my board. Edge rusher for Clemson. Miles Murphy is the number 1 player on my board right now. Jackson Smith-Njigba is number 2.
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to get a run at wide receiver soon.
I mean, you've got the Ravens at 22, the Vikings at 23. There's a lot of teams in the market for wide receivers. And, the other thing I mentioned with you earlier on the podcast is you look at, we talked about this in the mock draft show yesterday, Joey. The Seahawks can get out of Tyler Lockett's contract as early as next season, and he's going to be 30. So that's a big reason why Tony Mario mocked a receiver there. And I do think that does have some credence here.
Yeah, we'll see. We're about
5 minutes away.
We're at the 21st pick. Yeah, we're on the 21st pick out of 31 picks.
Ben, Clemson.
I hope so. He's the number 1 player on my board. If that's the case, that is an A+ pick. I know you're kidding because the timer. The timer is So I'm gonna take this Christian Gonzalez photo here, and I'm gonna.
You and your Christian Gonzalez, you're so happy.
I am happy. We got the number 1 player on the board at 17, and we traded when we got an extra pick in addition. So yeah, I'm very freaking happy. We deserve this after Mac Jones and all this stuff after losing Brady to retirement. Our franchise has earned this.
You're the Patriots. After 6 championships, you only deserve shit. Get somebody else.
So we deserve another one, another championship. So we have the most championships of any NFL team.
No.
Well, if you count championships before Super Bowls, the Browns would be at near the top of the list.
Yeah, like the Browns would give you a jump right off the side of the cliff with them. No problem, friend. We will get you across here. Nope, right down into the chasm.
New England re-signed all 5 of their corners, Joey. Not just that, they added Christian Gonzalez. So not only do the Patriots have all 4 corners back, they get the top corner on the board on top of that, and your number 1 corner. So Patriots are going to be tough to throw on for that.
I'm not going to say that the Patriots didn't have a good first-round pick. Still, I hope they end up going off the side of the cliff this year. Maybe they can crawl back up next year. This year, yeah, just give them another year where they can feel what every other AFC team feels.
I mean, we have a corner that can keep Diggs and Tyreek Hill and Garrett Wilson to under 100 receiving yards. Because you watch Oregon in 2021, they beat Ohio State in Columbus, and that's largely due to Christian Gonzalez. That was due to the corners of Oregon. My bad. Gonzalez was at Colorado back then. He was a buff, but he really broke out this year, and we'll see what happens here because I think he didn't drop a single target at the combine or his pro day. So, yeah, I mean, New England doesn't just have
a really good player, no doubt.
Players at corner now as well.
Yeah, like I said, really good player, no doubt about that. I think it was a great pick. So I can't really get upset about what New England did, even though I think, I can't even say, they went best player available, so I can't even criticize them.
Yeah, and not only that, Jonathan Jones, New England's number 1 corner, is now the number 2 corner. Mills, the number 2 corner, moves down to nickel, and Jack Jones, Marcus Jones, and Miles Bryant are depth players. So not only did they address, they upgraded everywhere in their cornerback room in the process.
Yeah, so I can't argue with that in any way. And here comes Seattle again.
Seattle's like an episode of 24. They're just going to let the clock run out. And the Chargers, what if the Chargers charger by getting a receiver as time runs out on Seattle?
Maybe they're trying to trade down here.
Pick is in. We'll see what they do, but I'm gonna go C grade for Jack Campbell. I think he's a reach this early. I don't hate the pick. I just think there are better linebackers on the board, and him this early just feels like a massive reach.
Seahawks are taking wide receiver Jackson Smith.
Najigba, yes. The J is silent, but yes.
Yes.
That is the pick. That's a great selection.
That is your first wide receiver going off the board.
And that means Tyler Lockett's probably gone after this year, because that's the whole reason Tony Mario mocked a receiver to Seattle at 20. He said that they can move Lockett's contract after next season. So I would imagine Smith Najigba and Metcalf are going to be the 1-2 in Seattle. They'll keep Lockett in the slot this year, and then they'll move him next offseason unless he dominates.
And now the Chargers are on the clock.
I'm giving the Seahawks an A grade here because while they didn't take the best player on my board, they got second best player and they got a really good receiver. I know it sounds really harsh because you could argue.
See another receiver go off the board, possibly.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, I mean, let me look at my top.
I've got Zay Flowers as the topper. Quentin Johnston's my number 2 behind Smith Najigba, and then I've got Zay Flowers at 3 and Addison at 4.
I mean, their only thing is, I mean, they could go. I mean, if they want to reach a little bit, they could go get the next best coach to available.
Yeah, Jack Campbell, here's a fun fact about Jack Campbell. He played in the Music City Bowl after his grandfather passed away, and that takes a lot of courage, especially with the opt-outs, especially with players opting out of bowl games to not hurt their draft stock. He opted to play in his bowl game despite his draft stock, because he had to jump through hoops to get drafted. So, I mean,
they get a running back. Do you see a third running back going off the board?
the last time the Lions took a middle linebacker in the first round, it was Davis, Jerron Davis, back in 2017, I believe.
But this is the Chargers picks.
Yeah, I'm still working on draft grades.
Oh. I have a picture for you for Christian Gonzalez, by the way.
I already got the Christian Gonzalez picture up on Draft Utopia server.
No, but I got it for you anyway.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
In a Patriots jersey.
I've got a photo of Gonzalez in an Oregon jersey. I use college player photos for the draft. I know it's not realistic but I like to use the college pictures better because they just do.
Because they aren't in the NFL yet?
Yes. I'm not sure if Campbell starts right away because Alex Anzalone got a 3-year extension at the beginning of the season. I think those two will compete in training camp, and
wow, the Chargers? No, that's just a fan. Fuck it.
Yep, and Kalijah Cansey, I like the Cansey pick. I did have a first-round grade on him. I thought he would get picked in round 2, but Kalijah Cansey is a player I had a first-round grade on, so I would probably give that a B grade.
We're going to have another receiver go off the board to the Chargers. Do you want me to be quiet, or
is it Zay? What? Give me. Is it Quentin Johnston?
No, sir.
Zay Flowers.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I think Jason Bantle mocked Zay Flowers to the Chargers at 21. Jason got that pick correct. Good job, Jason.
I think so. Don't put it down yet.
I'm not putting it down yet. I still got to get grades up for the Buccaneers and Seahawks. So
you'll put your thing down.
I still need a legitimate
Put
source.
your thing down.
I'm giving Kalijah Cansey a B grade here for the Buccaneers. I think it's a solid addition.
Here come the Chargers.
You know, in Walter Football's April Fool's mock, he gave the he gave the Chargers a how to not blow leads guide for dummies with the Chargers' first round pick. That's funny, but yeah.
It doesn't say.
So yeah, the Buccaneers, they get Cansey. He's my fourth best defensive tackle, but he jumped through enough hoops to earn a first round grade. And Daniel Kelly compared him to Warren Sapp. I don't think Cansey's going to be as good as Sapp, but I think it's an intriguing pick nonetheless. Seahawks, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and I'll type in the grade here. So yeah, Jackson Smith-Njigba on the news ticker, and then when the
are taking a wide receiver, but it's not Zay Flowers. It's Quentin Johnson.
That's my number 2 receiver. I like that pick a lot. He is my number 2 receiver, and that's who Justin David Kish picked in the group mock. Believe it or not.
Wow.
So Justin David Kish actually correctly picked the Chargers' first round selection in the group mock at pick 21. See if Brian Lewis can continue that trend, because it was Brian Lewis who took I think Brian Lewis took Jordan Addison at 22. So we'll see if that trend continues here or if the Ravens pivot towards Zay Flowers. And the Ravens might go corner too. I think the Ravens are going to try to find if a team wants to move. Yeah, the Vikings are going to get Levis at 22 unless a team wants to move ahead of the Ravens for Will Levis. The Colts and Raiders could both move ahead of the. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying it could happen here. I hope neither team is desperate.
38, man. They ain't going to scoot that low.
Number 1 player on my board is Myles Murphy. So, and he is dropping. And I had Quentin Johnson at exactly 21 on my board, so I'm probably going to give the Chargers an A grade here.
Well, I mean, if he's 21 on your board and he's taking 21, absolutely give him an A.
I'm not giving him an A plus.
Just great value.
An A because he was my number 1 receiver for most of the process. So I think an A is a fair grade at this point. It's the best receiver on the board and it fills a need. So I can't really give the Chargers crap for that pick. You still want to make jokes about the Chargers charging, Joey? I know you have to because they blew a 27-0 lead to the Jaguars.
I'm trying to see what I know I'm jumping ahead, but anyway, the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, followed by the Vikings, followed by the Jaguars.
And then you've got the Giants, Cowboys, and Bills, and the conference championship teams. Except the Saints picking for the Niners.
If the Vikings do not take Levis, he will not get selected in this first round.
Unless a team trades up and does something really stupid for shock value.
But it would have to be.
I think all that fear-mongering and telling people that their NFL team is going to get an Alex Jones grade if they pick Will Levis in the first round scared them. So I have to give myself credit for that strategy. Because the Seahawks can cut Tyler Lockett to save cap space in 2024, and Jackson Smith-Njigba was considered the consensus wide receiver 1.
Let's see.
All right, so that's pick 20. The grade for pick 20 is up. I'm getting the Quentin Johnston write-up copied and pasted to Draftutopia while that is going on. So Chargers, I really like the wide receiver depth that the Chargers have right now. And I'm going to click on Quentin. So Miles Murphy, Keely Ringo, Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Nolan Smith, Osiris Torrance are still on the board. Quentin Johnston is gone.
Mm-hmm.
But any of those picks, I think, at this point would warrant an A or an A-plus grade. But Miles Murphy, he's basically a really good pass rusher, and the rest of his game needs development. So I could see why teams are shying away from him.
Yeah, but Miles Murphy has also got a great motor too. So
he does. Murphy has an incredible motor. That's the thing, Joey. He's so fast and explosive. You watch him against NC State. He instills that fear into NC State's replacement to Ike Ekwonu. I didn't see that with Tyree Wilson. No offense to Tyree Wilson, even though Wilson's a better run stuffer, better in coverage. But Murphy, I think, is a better pass rusher than Wilson because of the motor, like you said.
Also, they could take Joey Porter here, too.
I would love that because Joey Porter Jr. went to my old high school, North Allegheny. So if the Ravens pick him here, I'll buy his jersey. And then I could say, oh, Joey Porter Jr. went to this high school. So you can't give me shit for wearing a Ravens jersey in Pittsburgh and just be a dick. Yeah, shit. But I'm just happy the Patriots got Christian Gonzalez. So, yeah, but, it's like the 100th time I've said this, but, like, the Ravens, they've still got 3 minutes to make their pick, and I'm just copying the Quentin Johnston pick, and it's going to get an A grade because I think Quentin Johnston in this scenario is an excellent pick. And I posted a film cut of Quentin Johnston's game against Kansas. He took some plays off, but to say he's a bad blocker or he refuses to block is just lazy analysis. Because I read a scouting report where the guy personally said that Quentin Johnston is lazy, he doesn't block. And he knocked a Kansas defender on his ass on the Darius Davis touchdown. So these are the types of myths I will debunk. And Keenan Allen, who is it? Who is the guy? The Chargers receiver, Josh Palmer. Josh Palmer will be the Chargers be the Los Angeles Chargers number 4 target now, unless he beats out Johnston in training camp. But yeah, I think that Quentin Johnston, this is an A grade here for me. I think it's a really nice value pick. And the Ravens are still on the clock. They haven't turned in their card in Owings Mills, Maryland. Now they have. I think they're on the phone with the client, and let's find out who it is. I'm going to go on Twitter right now and get that.
Ravens select Zay Flowers.
That is an excellent pick. Best receiver. Zay Flowers is at exactly pick 22 on my board. So this is another A grade for me, Joey, because Zay Flowers is pick 22 at the Ravens' biggest position of need at wide receiver. Now the Ravens, they have Bateman, Odell Beckham Jr., and Zay Flowers as their weapons for Lamar Jackson. I mean,
Boston College boy, wide receiver 22.
he dominated. He was the star of the Shrine game in Las Vegas, Oren. Zay Flowers was the headline player at the East-West Shrine Bowl in Las Vegas. And this is about where he this is right about where he should have been picked. So a third consecutive A grade at wide receiver because these teams are getting really good value at the position.
So what do you see, Nolan Smith or Porter going here?
The Ravens are taking Zay Flowers.
No, Vikings. I'm talking about.
I've got Keely Ringo as the top corner on the board. The top player on my board is Miles Murphy, but I don't think the Vikings are going to pick Murphy. So I think Jordan Addison could be in play for Minnesota. But I'm getting the...
Well, you had Miles Murphy. Well, yeah, Joey Porter's still available.
Miles Murphy is number 1. Number 2 is Keely Ringo, cornerback Georgia. Number 3, Joey Porter Jr., corner Penn State. Number 4, Brian Branch. Number 6, Nolan Smith. Number 7, Osiris Torrance. So there's 7 players in my top 20 still available. And I'm giving these receivers A grades because teams are taking them at the exact spot without reaching for them. And I think the receivers in this draft are better route runners than last year's draft. So that's the other reason I love this class at receiver. And, Zay Flowers, he could very easily become Lamar Jackson. Well, Patrick Mahomes had Tyreek Hill back in the day.
Here's your Boston ones. Will Levis to the Vikings.
Sean Lowry also picked the player that was... But
you heard it here first, my friend.
Before we give the Vikings an Alex Jones grade, I think, remember, when Mahomes got Tyreek Hill, that offense took off. I think Zay Flowers could have Zay Flowers could become Lamar's version of Tyreek. I really believe that. So,
Will Levis. Fucking A, bro. Fucking A.
Will Levis will be responsible for, if Justin Jefferson leaves the Vikings after his extension or demands a trade, it'll be Will Levis's undoing, Joey. I'm just giving you a heads up. Whereas I think
Let me double check. think just somebody's teasing him.
But, Zay Flowers, you get to play Zay Flowers twice a year, Joey. The NFL gods have been very cruel to you and your Cleveland Browns. You get Zay Flowers twice a year, but the Browns have good corners. So it'll be interesting to see what Zay can do in the NFL. But I honestly think the Ravens got an excellent pick here. So, and this guy, even though he's 5'9", he will knock defenders on their ass as a blocker. And I love this pick for the Baltimore Ravens here. So, I think the Ravens, I gave them an A grade. So every team that's drafted a receiver has gotten an A grade so far. And the Vikings are on the clock now. I'm finally caught up on Draft Utopia here with the Ravens taking Zay Flowers, Joey Porter Jr. Cole Strange or Cole. Yeah, not Cole Strange. I'm thinking of the Mariners took a player from my old high school, 21st overall. So with Joey Porter Jr. still on the board at 23, Joey Porter Jr. will not be the highest draft pick in North Allegheny history. That honor still belongs to the Mariners' first-round pick. And I will get the update there because I do want to compare picks. Okay, so the Mariners took Cole Young from my old high school, North Allegheny, 21st overall in the MLB draft. Joey Porter Jr. has dropped below pick 21. I'm a little surprised personally. And Will Levis, he's in the green room. He's like, great, this is great. I'm going to slip further than Rodgers. And we're about to give the Vikings, as soon as the Vikings make this announcement, it's Alex Jones time. Unless you've got a better suggestion. Unless you've got a better suggestion for a draft grade here.
Well, I don't know. I haven't got this. Joey Porter, maybe?
Joey Porter Jr. went 20th. Keely Ringo is better than Joey Porter, Oren. No disrespect to Joey Porter Jr. I just think Keely Ringo is the best corner on the board. Most consistent, in my opinion. I think Joey Porter is good, though. I had both corners in my top 16, and they're both still there for Minnesota. You could also go with Addison here if you wanted to replace Adam Thielen, but I've got to think it's one of those three. Joey, what do you think the Vikings are going to do here? You think they're going to make a smart decision, or you think they're going to shake things up with a pick we least expect?
Are you there, Joey?
Frickin' talk shoe mute me again? Nope, it didn't. You there? Joey, are you still there, man?
It's not.
Joey, I'll check my phone. I'll check my text messages because I don't think. Jesus, look, silly Zay Flowers. Lamar can't throw or read a defense.
Yeah, they did. I told you they selected Joey.
I'm reading Jason Bannell's texts. I
know. Joey Porter Jr. is the selection for the Vikings, by the way. Not Will Levis. Joey Porter Jr. is the selection. Cornerback, Penn State. There you go, Chris. Jaguars on the board.
But, you have Byron Murphy and you got Andrew Booth and a Caleb Evans. So you add Joey Porter Jr., it definitely spices things up in Minnesota's cornerback room.
I'm confused because I'm getting mixed messages again. Damn it.
Well, let's see what the Vikings do here.
Vikings got wide receiver Jordan Addison.
I mocked Jordan Addison to I think I mocked Jordan Addison to the Giants, but I have him as the number 23 player on the board.
The first USC guy.
And that's a good pick. That's a good pick for the Vikings because Jordan Addison.
Well, I think Levinson's going to the Raiders at number 38.
Or maybe the Jaguars will stir up some bullshit and say that the Giant. Well, they really can't. The bullshit's not going to work here. I do.
The Jaguars are not going to take a QB. The Giants not going to take a QB. The Cowboys are not going to take a QB.
I don't think any of these teams. Maybe the Saints.
The Saints. No, why would the Saints? They just paid a lot of money for Carr.
But it's a team-friendly contract that he's in his 30s. I'm just saying they could. I don't think they will. I'm saying they could hypothetically.
Team-friendly contract.
Team-friendly contracts are contracts you can opt out of if the player underachieves or doesn't meet team expectations. Joey, are you still here, man?
That's not going to happen. I don't think you have to call him or something.
No. Okay, let's try muting and unmuting Joey for a second. So it's an audio issue on your end. Is there a way to get both of you on a group call? Let me try something. I'm going to try something and get back to you. I'm going to try group calling both of you at the same time. Yeah, the audio isn't working. So I am calling Joey, and then I'm going to try to group call. I'm going to call Oren and try to add both of them to the call. But I do think this is a good pick for the Vikings with Jordan Addison, the USC Trojans wide receiver.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to...
Yeah, okay. Let me, Jordan Addison is the pick. I think Joey's, I don't know what the issue is on TalkShoe here. Myself, and then I'll unmute myself. Can you speak now, Joey? Because we're having an issue here. Nobody can hear Joey's reaction to any of the picks during draft day here. The Giants have moved ahead of Jacksonville here. So the Giants and Jaguars have swap picks. Yeah, it could be Michael Mayer that comes off the board here, but all the receivers are gone. I mean, every receiver I have a first-round grade on is officially gone. So we'll see what happens here. Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison is quite the tandem. So the Jaguars are moving up. Jaguars are trading down. And I'm not sure exactly what the Giants are going to do here. But the Jaguars know they're going to get one of the top two corners. So this is actually a smart trade down once we find out what exactly. Okay.
Recording started.
Yeah, we're here, guys. No audio on Joey's end. So the Giants take Deonte Banks, a player I actually mocked the Giants in round 2 here. I'm going to give the Giants a B plus here. I do think it's a reach. I don't think it's a horrible pick, but I do think it's somewhat of a reach. But I did mock Deonte Banks to New York in round 2. So I'm going to give the Giants a B plus grade here because I do think this guy is a good. I mocked Deonte Banks to New York in round 2. So I think it's a little bit early for him, but he is the 4th best corner on my board. Banks is a good pick, though, for the Giants. I gave the Giants a B plus grade here. 6'2", 205.
Recording started.
All right, we're here. It's just an audio issue on Joey's end.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up.
Okay, whatever, fine. I'll do this on my own. I'll be the man, and I will do this on my own. But yeah, Deonte Banks is a great pick here. I have 4 corners ahead of Deonte Banks, but I do like the pick. And I mocked him to the Giants in round 2. So Deonte Banks, I had him going exactly. Yeah, Deonte Banks is a Giant, Oren.
Yeah, the Bills traded up.
I love it. This is great. Deonte Banks
On the clock.
Bills are on the clock. I've got to think they are going after Miles Murphy, Brian Bresee, Trenton Simpson. There's got to be a player. Maybe it's Osiris Torrance. I'm not exactly sure what the Bills are thinking here. This is going to be interesting, but the Jaguars have traded down twice now. I'm kind of curious to see what the return is. So, and the Jaguars now pick at 27. But I remember the Jaguars saying they were going to trade up or trade down at the Shrine Bowl.
Drafting Dalton Kincaid, Utah tight end.
They're taking the 3rd best tight end here.
No, he's the top tight end.
No, Mayer's the top tight end, Oren. This is not. No, Mayer is the number 1 tight end in the draft. I wouldn't. Mayer is the top tight end in the draft. So you take the 3rd best tight end here. I do have a 1st round grade on Kincaid, though, unlike Deonte Banks, who I gave a B+ grade to. So I'll award the Bills an A-. But he's the 3rd best tight end. Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer are both better. But I did move him up to 31 because you and Jason both have him as the top tight end in the draft. So I moved him up to 31 ahead of Will Levis on my rankings. So it's an A-. I gave the Giants a B+ for taking Deonte Banks, who I had a second round grade onto the Giants. But we'll see. The D grade for Will McDonald is still the worst grade in the 1st round for anyone.
It says Albert Beer goes, Buffalo uses their 4th round to get Dallas and grab Dalton Kincaid.
If the Cowboys get Mayer, they're going to beat the Bills in the Super Bowl. It's because they made the wrong pick. I'm just telling you, the Bills got the 3rd best tight end in 25. It's not a horrible pick, but it is a reach.
I don't know why you had him because let me see.
Michael Mayer's got better film. He's a better blocker and he's more durable. So durability plays a huge part in it.
Darn.
Joey's back.
Well, that looks
So a lot has happened since.
Yeah, I was talking and my I hit my phone. My phone was on mute. I was wondering why you guys were talking and couldn't hear me. I was on mute.
Well, the Bills just traded up for the 3rd best tight end, Dalton Kincaid. That's what Oren said. So the Bills. I do have Kincaid to Green Bay in round 2, and he can run every route on the route tree. But at the same token, I just think Michael Mayer is a better blocker. But you can make the argument that Kincaid has more explosion on his routes, which is why Jason had Kincaid over Mayer as tight end 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel like this. I like Kincaid's
And they just paid Dawson Knox last year, so
one
now
of my
you're going to have
favorites at the
Dawson
same
Knox and
time.
Kincaid.
And the Jaguars received the 27th pick and the 130th pick.
Yep.
They didn't really have to give up much to move up to 2 spots, but whatever. Dallas is on the clock. The Cowboys.
Oh, this should be fun.
You think what do you guys think here the Cowboys select? Maybe that other tight end like you mentioned.
Miles Murphy is my top player on the board.
What about Michael Mayer?
Michael Mayer is my top tight end. Miles
Michael
Murphy,
Mayer to the
Clemson's my
Cowboys.
top player on the board. I have Kincaid at 31. Dalton Kincaid, before he went to Utah, he played college at San Diego for the Toreros in the FCS. Did you guys know that?
No.
Utah got him through the transfer portal.
No.
No.
No, I didn't know that one.
So, yeah. I mean, that's a really interesting storyline. So he goes from, well, Josh Allen went from junior college to Wyoming to the Bills. And now Dalton Kincaid goes from the FCS to the Pac-12 champions to the Bills.
It's a very interesting pick
Yeah,
here.
and
I have no idea what the pick is going to be. Because the Cowgirls are the Cowgirls.
I thought I saw
Miles Murphy,
I thought I saw
Keely
Nolan
Ringo, and Joey Porter Jr. are all steals at this point for the Cowboys defensively. I've got Murphy at 13, Ringo at 15, and Porter at 16. Brian Branch is also still there. Yeah, but everybody.
One of those guys you just mentioned is going to be the pick, and I'm going to give you a little clue here. It's going to be the corner out of Penn State.
Well, that's even better because Joey Porter Jr., if I live in Pittsburgh and Joey Porter Jr. went to my old high school and he gets drafted by the Cowboys, now you can wear a Cowboys jersey, but you could say you're supporting the player that went to your old high school, even though the Cowboys and Steelers hate each other. So that's even better. I love creating all these scenarios. I kind of want Joey Porter Jr. to go to a rival team of the Steelers. That way you can play the plausible deniability card.
I'm trying to figure out who they're trying to get, but I still don't have that information.
Well, the Giants took Deonte Banks, cornerback Maryland. He was my number 6 corner on the board. I had a number 7 corner. I had Tyreek Stevenson ahead of him. I had Cam Smith ahead of him. But I did mock Deonte Banks to the Giants in round 2, so I gave the Giants a B+ for that pick. So I gave the Bills an A-. But the Patriots are the clear winner of the AFC East so far.
What the hell just happened? That's interesting.
Well, how about them Cowboys? Let's see what the girls get.
I feel like this is a big pick for Dallas because they're my favorite to win the NFC right now. And Oh, Cole, remember Cole? Remember Cole on the podcast earlier? He said, "What the fuck?" after the Patriots got Gonzalez. He's a Dolphins fan, you know that.
Yeah.
So
And
I gotta see what the Cowboys did, but I'm guessing I'll bring that up when we might do a live stream at 6 tomorrow. It just because it was fun talking with Cole today. It was fun. We had some fun before Warren called and on Twitter Spaces. But I think tomorrow I'll do the Twitter Space on my iPad. So if Warren decides to call, he can get in and we can have a really fun conversation going. But it is Cowboys are taking their time. They think a trade is happening. And
No.
Cowboys are going to screw this up. And it is
It is nobody right now.
Mike, Micah Parsons almost walked off of Bleacher Report's draft set after the Eagles moved up for Jalen Carter. Everybody's comparing the Cowboys' War Room to the Death Star in Star Wars, but I don't see the resemblance at all, Joey.
No, neither do I.
I don't see it.
Now somebody compared the Cowboys' War Room to a Legion of Doom, the Austin Powers War Room where Dr. Evil and the guys.
Very good pick the Cowboys get. I like it. They're going with Nolan Smith.
Oh, that is a very good pick. Somebody said they were taking Mozzie Smith, the Michigan defensive tackle. That would have been a much worse pick compared to. I think it is Mozzie Smith, not Nolan Smith, the Michigan defensive tackle. I've seen two people say Mozzie. Yeah, John Mitchoa. So Mozzie Smith. Andrew Kermish took him in the group mock at pick 26.
No, dude, Mozzie Smith.
You said Nolan Smith. It was Mozzie. And 3 people confirmed that on Twitter, so I know I'm right.
I got it.
I know you like to have fun with me, Oren, but when 3 people say the same thing, that's usually the truth.
I messed up. I called the wrong guy. Jaguars,
I mocked Mozzie Smith to Dallas in round 2, so I will give this a B+ grade. Because I did mock him to Dallas in round 2, so I think it's a reach, but I don't hate the pick, and it's nice value for Dallas here. Last Michigan player Dallas drafted before Mozzie Smith was Taco Charlton. I remember back in the day, Ryan Romero said Taco Charlton was going to turn things around and be a steal, and that didn't quite happen. But I think B+ is a fair grade for Dallas at this point. It's not it's a slight reach, but it's not a pick I'm going to give the Cowboys shit for because Mozzie Smith's the player Kerm took in the group mock, and he's the player I gave the Cowboys in round 2. So.
Well, here we go. We have the Jaguars and the Bengals fighting over these 4. Nolan Smith, that we just mentioned, Miles Murphy, Joey Porter, and maybe Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer, yeah. So we'll see. Dallas only had 3 defensive tackles on their depth chart. So, and they get Mozzie Smith.
Maybe Will Levis is going to Kansas City back up Mahomes.
Well, I'm debating whether to move Mozzie Smith from a B+ up to an A-, only because the Cowboys had 3 defensive tackles on their depth chart, and now they get a 4th one here. And the other guys are Neville Gallimore, They have Tristan Hill, and I think they have they cut Tristan Hill, but they have Neville Gallimore and the UCLA defensive tackle.
Mhm.
So it's Mozzie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Or Joey, I'm here. So Mozzie Smith and Neville Gallimore will probably be the Cowboys starters at defensive tackle. They got that other guy from UCLA, but I would imagine he's now going to be delegated to a backup role since Dallas took Mozzie Smith in the first round. You don't sit guys that you took in the first round. Is it Osa Igizua? Who did that? Dallas got a defensive tackle from UCLA in last year's draft, but
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I'm not going to look it up right now, but I think Mozzie Smith and Neville Gallimore is a good tandem because I interviewed Gallimore at the Senior Bowl, and he's going to be entering a contract year, and then you got Mozzie Smith next to him, and so those two are really going to compete. Because while Gallimore was effective his first few years, he didn't really have somebody to push him, and now Gallimore and Mozzie, that's good. I think Dallas is going to have a really strong run defense this year. The Jaguars have selected a WWE belt for Tony
Oh my
Khan.
God, they're gonna get. You don't even guys want to know who they selected.
Excellent.
They really reached as far as the rumors are.
Interesting.
Wow.
They got 160 and 240 in the trade with the Giants. So they got a 5th and 7th to move down a spot, and then they got a 4th from Buffalo. So Jaguars now have 3 4ths. They have a 5th, and they have multiple 7ths. And they're going to a commercial here because still go NFL Network and ESPN both going to commercial during the Jaguars pick. And Anton Harrison, left tackle, Oklahoma, not a reach. I had him to Pittsburgh at pick 32. He was my 6th best offensive tackle. I had Cody Mack ahead of him, but Cam Smith getting suspended, the Jaguars needed a left tackle. I think this is a good selection for Jacksonville here. I would probably I'm debating between A- and B+ here from a value standpoint because I had this guy at 32.
The B+.
All right. Okay.
But that's I'm not giving him a higher grade than that.
B+ because I have him at 32 in my mock draft, but he was my top 2nd round tackle. I had him at 32 though, so 32 and 27 we'll give it a B+. I can live with that. That's a fair compromise, Oren.
Yeah.
You gonna make an effort to rebuttal and talk me into giving it an A-, Joey, or?
No. Oh, Joey.
Well, it's it was a needed position, but at the same time, yeah, they really did need a number 1 corner or a number 2 corner. Sorry, so it was needed, but
what if the Bengals take Cody Mack here just for the hell of it because they need that because they're offensive tackles and they panic here? I don't know what's going to happen, but I went B+. I think that's fair for I think Walker Little's going to stay at right tackle. I think Anton Harrison.
Bengals are on the clock. So, anybody have any picks for the Bengals here?
Yeah, let's see what Jason Bannell. We got to read Bannell's text messages on the podcast because he's a Bengals fan.
Wow, Michael Mayer said he wanted to be a Bengal.
Interesting.
Happens.
Let's read the Bannell texts here. Babe of the Night is not looking too happy. Selvin, I posted my board. Mitch Paps, the Saints fan, wants the Saints to get Miles Murphy is still there. Levis' sister greater than Levis's girlfriend. That's what Jason Bannell typed. Will Levis's sister is hotter than his girlfriend. So inappropriate, yet so hilarious. That might be the comment of the night, Joey.
Well, I'll leave that to myself because I did have some comments myself. I just leave it there.
Yeah, I think all these. I mean, he only allowed 4 sacks in his career, Anton Harrison. So I really do like this pick here. If the Bengals have 10 minutes to make their pick, that cannot be right. It's like the clock restarted for the Bengals. No, then they realized that was a typo. Let's find out who the Bengals are going to take on Twitter here. The pick is in for the Bengals here. Kelsey Conway tweets that Miles Murphy is the pick at 28. A+ for the Bengals. It's been a while since I've had an A+ grade, but Miles Murphy at 28 is the pick for Cincinnati. That is final.
It's not a bad pick.
It is an excellent pick. It is, you're getting a top 10 player on my board at 28.
A great player. I'm sitting here thinking, where they're gonna put him, whether he's gonna be a backup, whether he's gonna compete for a starting position.
Well, they have
how
Trey
they're gonna use him.
Hendrickson.
'Cause I know
They have Hendrickson and Sam Hubbard, who they both extended. And then you have Joseph Osai. You have, I think they're going to move Osai to outside linebacker because Osai is an edge rusher, but you have Osai, you have Cameron, you have the guy from the Senior Bowl, that Tulane edge rusher that the Bengals took. So I do think this is an A+ pick. I'm just not sure where he's going to end up playing. I'm going to look at the Bengals contract situation here because I think we have to go into that because this is not a situation I anticipated with Cam Sample still there, with all those Bengals still there. This is not a situation because Tony Mario is a salary cap expert, and this is not a situation any of us at Draft Utopia anticipated. So we got to look at the contracts here. For Hendrickson and Hubbard are each making $10 million next season. Hendrickson will be the Bengals can cut Hendrickson and save $15 million against the cap next year. That is what this is at. This is salary cap play so they can keep their core together, Joey. That is what this is.
Gotcha.
What? Hendrickson, $17,500,000. That's what they have to pay him next year. And there's only a $2.5 million dead cap on Hendrickson. So the Bengals save $15 million in cap space if they cut Hendrickson, and they're going to need that money for T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, and Jamar Chase. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly why they took Murphy. Not only do they get the best player on the board, they can actually pay their offensive players now. So it's an excellent pick for that reason. A+. You can't argue with the logic.
No, it's good logic.
I mean, do you want to pay Trey Hendrickson when you can get another edge rusher on a rookie deal when you got to renegotiate the contract of your?
No, it works.
Even if they keep Hendrickson for 2 years, he is a UFA in 2025. So Miles Murphy will either develop for 2 years or I know Jason's going to be pissed, but I am reading his reaction on the air here. I had him going 32, not much of a reach.
I'm just looking at the details of the Jaguars trades, and
They got an
Jaguars got a
extra
nice haul
fifth-round
for
pick, an extra fourth-round pick, and an extra seventh, Joey. You're welcome. They got a fifth and seventh from the Giants, and they got a fourth from the Bills.
Yeah, so they got a nice little haul from those trades.
So with Miles Murphy finally off the board, the top two players are corners, Ringo and Porter, and Branch is number 3 on my board. Nolan Smith is 4, Osiris Torrance is 5. One of Brian Bressie is 6, Mayer is 7, Cam Smith is 8. And even though there have been some reaches, the only reach that warranted a D grade was the Will McDonald pick, because I had 4 edge rushers graded ahead of him, and the Jets took him at 15, despite having 3 defensive ends under contract in Carl Lawson, John Franklin Myers, and Jeremiah Johnson. I like Will McDonald, but I had Foskey graded higher, BJ Ojulari graded higher, I had Miles Murphy graded higher, and there were just better value picks available. So that's why I gave the Jets a D grade. I like Will McDonald, but at 15, when you have 3 defensive ends under contract and you need to get your offensive line or upgrade the defensive tackle, it's just not a smart pick. But that's what the Jets do. They reach for talent in the draft. And the Saints pick is in here, guys. So my phone. I just don't think, because there's just too much. The reality is Hendrickson's probably not going to be, if the Bengals do not move Hendrickson this off in 2024, they will move him in 2025 or let him walk.
Okay. Brian Bresee, number 29.
Brian Bresee was exactly number 25 on my big board. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players graded ahead of Bresee, but defensive tackle is a big need for the Saints. So I can't really hate this pick. And Mitch Paps took Bresci, I think, in the mock draft, group mock on Facebook at 29. So, I mean, I'm probably
Well, the Chiefs is very, very, very slim that Will Levis will be in the first round.
unless the Eagles or Chiefs trade to a QB needy team.
I said very slim.
Well, I'm just saying the Eagles could end up trading the pick to the Raiders. The Eagles could tell the Raiders the Colts are taking Will Levis and could see a trade up here. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying it could.
Yeah.
But I think the fear-mongering and telling NFL teams they're going to get an Alex Jones grade worked like a charm because they don't want that. It's worse than an F grade. They don't want NFL teams do not want to be associated with the host of InfoWars. That's what we've learned tonight. I had Bresci going 2 picks earlier to Buffalo, so I will give the Saints.
And the Colts are not going to collect another QB, my friend.
They took Richardson at 4. So you're right. You're correct. Richardson went 4th. You're right. So that means Levis will probably be a Raider at 38 tomorrow.
Unless they go with Hooker.
Oh my gosh. Because I think Keon White got an invite to the draft, and so did Levis, and everybody thought Levis would go in round 1. I'm giving Bresci an A grade here because this does fill a need for New Orleans. Yeah, because New Orleans added Nathan Shepard and Colin Saunders in free agency. Brian Bresci is more of a long-term starter, though. Nathan Shepard. And look, it's just a business. The NFL's a business, so if you draft Miles Murphy in the first round, I don't think you keep Trey Hendrickson because you can either trade Hendrickson and get something for him, or you can cut him by saving that $15 million cap space, which will get you an extension if you need it. You need to extend a key player. So that's why I say I don't think Hendrickson will be a Bengal. Or you could keep him for 2 years and let him walk. But by then, Miles Murphy will be ready because you'll have that 2 years of development. But yeah, the Eagles. This is the third. I think this is the fourth consecutive year of giving the Bengals an A+ grade. But the Eagles now are in a unique position here. And Howie Roseman, he is playing. Howie Roseman is playing solitaire here in the Eagles' war room. He doesn't want to show his cards. He doesn't want to show his secrets to winning in solitaire. Yeah, I'm not insulting Howie Roseman by saying he plays solitaire, but I don't know what's going on in the Eagles' war room. And he's pointing to the board, so obviously something big is happening, but they haven't made a decision. But they're in the process of making the decision.
My battery's running low on the phone.
My battery is running low too. I'm going to plug my phone in the charger. But the Eagles are up. We've got 2 picks left, and Nolan Smith is going to be an Eagle according to Jeff McClain. Nolan Smith. 2 people have tweeted Nolan Smith. So Nolan Smith is now going to be joining the Eagles as a Kazir White replacement. So that's another A+ for Howie Roseman. I hate to be the one that does this, Joey, but that is an A+ for the Eagles. I had Nolan Smith at 19 on my big board, and you get him at 31 as a right outside linebacker to replace Kazir White. That is an excellent pick. There is no denying that amazingness of that pick.
Yeah, you're right. It's a very good pick for the Eagles. Yeah, one more pick in the first round, and we'll hit the second and third round tomorrow.
And I'll give you guys a preview of some of the second round players because I'm going to have the grades up. We'll have a preview show tomorrow at 6. I think the preview show that we did with Cole was pretty successful. You could argue it was more successful than this, but I mean, we really haven't had any horrible picks yet in terms of reaches.
It's just a long show. It's very hard to do this kind
It doesn't need to be short and simple. Detail-oriented is better. I mean, Nolan Smith, so the Eagles did need a replacement to Kazir White, and they addressed that at 30, just like I predicted them to. A wrong player because I had Simpson at 30, but I didn't think Nolan Smith would be on the board. So the Eagles now have four Georgia guys in their defense: Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. Yeah, I mean, with the draft like this, if the Cowboys and Eagles avoid playing each other until the NFC title game, I could see those two teams in the NFC title game because those are the two best teams, I think, in the NFC right now. If Brock Purdy wasn't injured, I think the 49ers would be in this conversation too. But you're going to have Nakobe Dean at middle linebacker and Hassan Reddick.
Nice group.
Yeah, for the Eagles. And the Chiefs are going to be on the clock. Okay, Cole Baggett said his lowest grade was the Raiders. He gave them a B+ as well. So Cole is in agreement with me. This is why I loved having Cole on the show earlier today. He is 100% on board with the B+ for Tyree Wilson.
It's a great pick, whatever you guys say. You guys had us hating on Will Levis and didn't even get selected, you fools.
We mocked Levis because we heard rumors that he was going to get picked there, but he didn't get picked there because everybody in the NFL came to the same conclusion as the people who watched the film, that he sucks. And I think the Alex Jones thing really got the message across that we're not playing around. We're going to literally gaslight whatever team that picks him if they take him in the first round. And I think the NFL teams received our message pretty literally. So it's 2 A's, not 2 S's in Hassan Reddick. That's the trickiest part about spelling his name. And there's so I mean, look at Philadelphia. They're deeper at corner. They're deeper at defensive tackle, and they got Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. So, I mean, the Eagles' front seven is going to be just as lethal as it was last year, Joey, which is pretty scary. thanks to these two picks.
Yeah, it's the Eagles' defensive line. It's like they reload.
They reloaded at
And
defensive
they just
line. They
reload.
reloaded at linebacker. They got Greedy Williams as their number 4 corner. I mean, they have Reed Blankenship at safety, but they lost Marcus Epps and CJ Gardner-Johnson. So I feel like safety could be a weakness for the Eagles, but the rest of their defense is pretty stout for the most part.
So the Eagles
So the Eagles have to be one of the winners of day one. I think the Patriots and the Eagles, and you got the teams picking in the top 4 are winners for me. The Texans, the Colts.
unless Kansas City surprises you here.
Best player on the board is Keely Ringo. Second best player is Porter. And if Joey Porter Jr. does not get picked here, it means that Cole Young from the MLB.
Draft Will Levis, brother.
It's not going to happen, Oren. They just signed Blaine Gabbert to a contract to be Mahomes' backup. You really think they're going to take Will Levis here? They might. Chris Collinsworth, he mocked Hendon Hooker to the Chiefs. True story. In Chris Collinsworth mock draft, he went with Mark Suba said nobody plays worse the Bills draft board than Will Levis should be elected to senior QBs next year in the draft. If you get invited to the Senior Bowl, just go. Don't ask around to the teams to see if you should go. The answer is yes. They want to see you there. That is just a tweet from John Vogel, and he is absolutely correct. If you get an invite to Mobile, just go to Mobile.
The Eagles, unbelievable.
The Eagles have been unbelievable. Yep, so I am hearing it might be Michael Mayer. They're going to pair Kelsey. They're going to pair Mayer with Kelsey. That's one thing I've heard. And then they'd have Noah Gray still on a rookie deal too. I mean, how would you feel about Michael Mayer in Kansas City if that was in fact the pick?
I wouldn't be thrilled.
Why? Because Kelsey's been so unreal for so many years. It just sucked. The idea of him as the number 2 tight end just rubs you the wrong way, or is it just
It's just giving another weapon for Mahomes.
So the fan in you is depressed. Even though it's a good value pick, the fan in you is depressed that the Chiefs would have another weapon.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because I could sense the melancholy in your vocal tonality when I bring up the Chiefs and those weapons. And my brother Andrew Ransom is a huge Chiefs fan. He lives in LA, Long Beach area, near LA, not exactly in LA, but the Chiefs here.
Yeah, motherfucker's already in Vegas.
And you look at the Chiefs, you got this woman on the phone that's working for Brett Beach, and Beach is nodding his head in approval. So Beach isn't even making the call. The woman working for Beach is making the call. So I think I found Oren's burner account because this person just tweeted that the Chiefs are going to select Will Levis on Twitter. So I've officially found Oren's burner account. It is if staying Jalen Hyatt could be the pick here too. Tony Mario, I think he had Jalen Hyatt to Kansas City at 31. What is it? Just seeing, are they going to make the pick or are they going to trade it? Because Veach wasn't on the phone. This female that works for Veach was on the phone, and Veach is giving her instructions on what to do. Pick is finally in, and these Chiefs fans are freaking loving this. They won the Super Bowl. They're hosting Draft Town, and it's going to be a great time in Kansas City.
When they pick Will Levis.
Nope, they're not picking Will Levis.
I'm just teasing you.
I know you're just teasing. I mean, you could be an angry Bronco, Raider, Charger fan. You could infiltrate the Chiefs' war room like Tony Soprano. They still wouldn't pick Will Levis.
I know.
I'm saying that's how. Let's see what we got here. The Chiefs pick is in. Let's see here. I don't think anyone's leaking the pick because it's the last pick of the first round. And it is. Nope, that was the Chargers pick. Freaking chart. Albert Breer says it's Kansas State defensive end Felix Anudike-Uzomah, who Jason Bantle correctly predicted would be a Chief. Bantle had the Chiefs picking him in his mock draft, believe it or not, Joey. So Felix Anudike-Uzomah, Bantle called it. I thought the Chiefs needed a defensive end, and I was looking at two guys. I was looking at Felix. I'm going to give the Chiefs an A+ here because I think Abel or this guy is a perfect fit for what the Chiefs do. So, I mean, that's exactly what the Chiefs needed. So, I really like the value here for Kansas City to reload at edge rusher because I think this is a very good pick for Kansas City. And it's a great fit. I was thinking it would be either Adwabore or Felix Anudike-Uzomah. But this is a very good pick here for Kansas City.
All right, folks, I'm going to sign off, but thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. You guys can go over what you guys feel, but, there's two quarterbacks and a couple of great other defensive players on the board.
And all the NFL teams avoided the Alex Jones grade, so we will not give an Alex Jones grade if Levis gets picked tomorrow, but we have to think of somebody less humiliating than Alex Jones, who is sort of like fear-mongering, but like, what should we, I'm thinking, what's a fictional, what's a character that's ruthless but not like heartless? Like, I'm just trying to think of a good. I'm just trying to think. What do you think? I don't know what grade I would give. I think Levis deserves worse than an F grade, but because every team passed on him in the first round, we're not going to resort to Alex Jones' grade for tomorrow. What are you thinking? For a grade for Alex Jones. I'm thinking Jar Jar Binks grade actually for the team that drafts Will Levis tomorrow. It'll be we'll say it'll be a bigger disaster than Jar Jar Binks in the Phantom Menace. So the team that drafts Will Levis goes from an Alex Jones grade to a Jar Jar Binks grade, which is still bad, Joey, but it's slightly less extreme, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad at this point because they are in round 2, and I mean, you've had worse prospects going round 2, so I think at this point, it's not too bad.
Yeah, Jar Jar. I'm still giving the Chiefs a Jar Jar Binks. I mean, we'll give whoever drafts Levis a Jar Jar Binks grade. They'll avoid the Alex Jones grade. We're not going to be that heartless because NFL teams were smart. And it was blatantly obvious to us, and we're just glad it's blatantly obvious to everybody else. But Felix Anudike-Uzomah is, in fact, the pick, and I mocked him to Carolina at the end of round 3. Or no, I didn't mock him to Carolina. I mocked him to Seattle in round 3. But, yeah, he is going to be the pick for the Chiefs, and I'm going to mock him as a right end. I do love the fit here. I do think it's a great fit, Felix Anudike-Uzomah. I was thinking the Chiefs would get one of the two locals. Northwestern guy was born in Kansas City, Missouri, but Anudike-Uzomah played in-state. So Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year in 2022. So I am giving this an A+ because it is at a position of need. And he is a hand-in-the-dirt rusher as well. I'll give you guys some the 2022 Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year is heading to Kansas City. And, yeah, Felix Anudike-Uzomah, in my opinion, is a better value pick at 31 than Will McDonald at 14. Chiefs just got the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year here with this selection because Anudike-Uzomah had 14.5 tackles for a loss, 11 sacks in 2021. He only had 8.5 sacks and 11 tackles for a loss in 2022, but he won the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year award, and he can play with or without his hand in the dirt. And the only player who had more sacks than Anudike-Uzomah in 2021 was Will Anderson. So yeah, and I'm still typing. I'm going to type one more paragraph here for the Chiefs. Kansas City now has Felix Anudike-Uzomah at 43 right end. I mean, the Chiefs don't necessarily have to start Anudike-Uzomah either. They gave Charles Omenihu a 2-year deal so they can develop Uzomah for a year or two and then bring him in. But I think Anudike-Uzomah is a better player than Charles Omenihu. I see Omenihu as a rotational guy at best. So, yeah, I really like Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City reloaded. If Jawan Taylor pans out at left tackle and makes that transition, the Chiefs are going to be in a position where they can potentially repeat because I think the defense is going to be just as formidable. I don't think there's going to be a drop-off in the defense next year. Now, the offense, on the other hand, I'm not sure the offense can dominate the way they did in 2023. But I think the defense, with this pick, I think Anudike-Uzomah is a really good fit for Kansas City. So, but heading into tomorrow, Keely Ringo, Joey Porter Jr., and Brian Branch are the top 3 players. Osiris Torrance is 4. Michael Mayer is 5. Cam Smith 6. Trenton Simpson 7. Darnell Washington 8. And Will Levis is 9th on my big board. So, I had a C on the Lions. I thought it was a reach, but I didn't hate the pick. What was your Lions grade, Cole? Okay, I'm gonna check the NHL scores and then I'll announce some of the battle. I know I'm not gonna do the battle bots in the podcast, but yeah. Lightning survived. The Lightning keep Tony Mario's playoff season alive. The Devils beat the Rangers, and right now the Vegas Golden Knights lead 4-0 after 2 periods of play, and they lead the series 3-1. So the Vegas Golden Knights are going to knock out the Winnipeg Jets tonight unless the Jets magically score 5 goals in the third period without giving up an additional goal. And if Lisa wanted to send a late night article, I would be glad to get that up because I have all the picks typed. I have all the freaking picks for round 1 typed, all the grades typed. So yeah, I might be working overtime tonight, but I got all the NFL draft content updated, and we're ready for day 2. So I mean, you can't really complain if this is the hand you've been dealt. So I mean, yeah. So I really thought this was a good draft. What were your final thoughts on this draft before we call it a night?
I didn't think it was too bad. There were a couple of surprises. A couple people fell, but I thought New England did a nice job with their 1 pick. And
we picked up an extra 4th rounder from Pittsburgh. So instead of having 3 4th-round picks, we have 4 4th-round selections. So if there's a player the Patriots want to move up for, they can do that now.
Yeah, and I think the Jags got a nice haul for their 2 trades. So, it's like I thought it was a pretty good draft for day 1.
Day 1, yes. I still feel like the Bills need a middle linebacker, but it's not a strong middle linebacker draft. And they went with Kincaid over Mayer, but some had Kincaid ahead of Mayer. So I don't hate the pick. We'll see what happens here, but yeah, I think it's interesting. I want to settle this debate here. Okay, so he had a C+ grade for the C+. Cole gave the Lions a C+. That was the lowest grade he gave the Raiders and the Jets. Even though the Jets reached on Will McDonald, I understand the thought process behind the pick, and I did like Will McDonald. I just don't like him at 15. But, again, we'll see what happens here. I wonder what reaction. I'm going to check my email here, see if Tony Mario said anything about the Kancey pick. He didn't, so we're just going to wait for tomorrow. And, yeah, maybe we'll check the NBA games really quickly. But I probably do need to get to just to see if there was any updates in the NBA playoffs. Okay, so the Celtics beat the Hawks. So the Celtics have knocked out Atlanta. So your favorite NBA team, the Celtics, is in the next round. And your favorite NHL team, Vegas, 1 period away from advancing. So both of Joey's favorite NBA and NHL teams win on draft night. Patriots get a haul. Jaguars get a haul. Pretty good day for both of us, Joey. Pretty good day for both of us. And we get to do this again tomorrow while Will Levis is wearing he's wearing a really expensive suit, wondering why he slipped. All right, but we'll find out where Will Levis goes tomorrow. And yeah. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the draft. And we have the grades up for all 32 picks on Draft Utopia. I'll promote those as well as the podcast.